success and growth in its revenue base, leading to her conception of non-profit arm of the group, which is Casa Foundation. In 2013, Dr. Oyelade founded the Income, an investment company. As the founding partner and CEO at Income, she has oversight responsibility for the management of the firm's private equity funds and supervises the overall business strategy and development for the teams. She continues to serve on the boards of non-profit and for-profit organizations, both in Nigeria and Canada, but also in Mauritius and the United States. Right here in Toronto, Dr. Oyelade is the president and founder of Casa Foundation for the International Development and the host of the annual Friends of Africa International Entrepreneurship Conference. Also the CEO and founder of the newly launched Entrepreneurs Point that opened business in 2019. For those of you who were here yesterday, who were with us yesterday, you saw how the press operates and how much time they are put into developing such an amazing innovation. There's so much to talk about Dr. Oyelade. The list goes on. All I can say right now is, wow.
That's a good summary.
Right? So as a woman of, this is impressive because we always talk about empowering women, empowering our sisters, but most importantly, talking about empowering black or colored women. And in regards to the conference's theme today, I told you about the keywords, accelerating and inclusive. I think to me those are the keywords, because we're not just accelerating, but we're also thinking about who do we include in this acceleration of digital growth. I would like you to take this opportunity to listen to this amazing, distinguished scholar and innovator. I would like to invite Dr. Oyelade to come and give her story.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning.
Thank you. First, let me apologize. We're running a bit late, about 36 minutes from my estimation. But we'll get into the meat of it, and I'm sure we'll have a wonderful experience. We'll make up for the time lost already. We're so sorry about that. I think Gardner Express was closed, and so a couple of people just couldn't make it in good time, and we just had to hold on. So I'll get into the meat of this. We'll get going. It's a speech, and I have to make it. So please bear with me. I do this every year, right? Honorable Minister of Municipal Affairs, Government of Alberta, Cabinet, I don't think he's here yet. He'll be joining us. Honorable Madam Jane Augustine, the Federal Cabinet Minister and the first Black MP in Canada. His Excellency the Governor of Ondo State in Nigeria, represented by Cabinet Member Honorable Boyo Yewumi, and the Government of Osun State, that's in Nigeria also, represented by the Chief of Staff Adenyo Jubinoyo. I think they must be around somewhere because I know we were all together yesterday. Right? Her Excellency, the representative of the Kingdom of Morocco, His Majesty the King of Morocco, and Ambassador of Morocco in Canada, Madam Surya Otmani. Members of the Canadian Parliament here present, and members of the Ontario Legislative Assembly, the Honorable Faisal Hassan, you're welcome, sir. of the cabinet of Ondo State, the government of Ondo State in Nigeria, here present. I think we have a five-man team from Ondo State here. Members of the District Assembly of the Republic of Ghana, Asamaye District Assembly, members of board of the Canadian Moroccan Chamber of Commerce. I see Casa, the president of the board, is here, and you're all welcome. And the members of the board of the Canadian Black Chamber of Commerce, Andrea Barrett, the president. Members of the Governing Council of the Friends of Africa, chairman of the board of Casa Foundation for International Development, the chairman of the board of the Canadian African Chamber of Commerce, Sebastian Spayo Gabra. You're welcome, sir. And the national head of the United Nations Women Organization in Canada, Stephanie Day. You're welcome. All our pastors and the ministers of God here present, we thank you for coming. The CEO of Newterra, Craig Kennedy. The CEO of Canadian Tech Consultants, Joe Sebe, a friend of Africa indeed. I say that because he's not missed one single friend of Africa, and this is the 9th edition. You're welcome. Thank you. The Chief Operating Officer of PNC Bank in Canada, Eric Brock. Thank you for coming. The Director in charge of BMO for Women at BMO Canada Bank, Laura Reynolds. Say that right? Yeah, thank you. And the President and leaders of African Community Associations here present. My friend Fauzi Metuli, thank you. Faiza Abdul, thank you. And CEOs of public and private sector corporations, professionals, business owners, entrepreneurs, youths and students, startup organizations at the marketplace. I hope some of you will come in now. Esteemed delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I was just trying to cover all of this. All protocols then observed. I believe I've captured everybody now. Welcome to Friends of Africa 2019. This is the 9th edition. It is indeed an honor and privilege and a blessing to actually stand before you at this 9th edition of Friends of Africa Economic Summit. In the last 8 years, the Friends of Africa platform convened to discuss various developmental agenda of African nations and to review the emerging trends and successful initiatives of developed nations with the main aim to improve the developmental initiatives in Canada and to replicate the benefits and the gains of these initiatives in the nations of Africa. Friends of Africa is fast evolving from that platform that we started 8 years ago into a movement that now reviews, debates, defines, designs, and offers remedial and corrective measures towards resolving and offering solutions to some of the challenges, particularly in the deficit area of most of the African nations. This we are doing all in a bid to revive systems, to build lasting structures, to improve the policy framework that underpins the governance in Africa. We're a great believer in the African continent and Friends of Africa. And why are we so? Our belief stems not just because some of us, most of us are from Africa, but more importantly because we were not only raised in Africa, we clearly understand the challenges and the deficit situations in Africa. We're not here to talk about the deficit. We can make a book out of that, everybody knows. We're here to proffer solutions. We're here to recommend, to make suggestions, and discuss extensively, particularly because we have our counterparts represented in Canada in this room. And we believe that when we come around the table to talk about some of the things that have been done right in specific climes, some of those things can actually be replicated where we originally came from. And I'm going to talk about that in a few minutes. Our belief system stems from not what we have seen, not just what we have seen or had or done here in Canada, but from what we think Africa and its emerging markets could become. We believe that Africa could skip the developmental gaps and catch up with other continents in innovation, in creativity, and in all aspects of technological advancement, such as nanotechnology, Internet of Things, architechnology, infra technology, sustainability, artificial intelligence, You know, we talk about smart infrastructure now. Today we're talking in Canada, we're talking in the developed nations about smart grid, smart housing, smart rail networks. It's all smart, it's all efficient, it's delivering results. It's not the time to, to go back and forth and spend donkey years trying to make infrastructure work. However, we understand that this is the current situation of most parts of Africa as we speak today. The reason we believe so much in this, and we continue to hold the annual Friends of Africa Economic Development, is because there is a greater purpose to facilitate Africa's capacity, its ability and its agility, its willingness to contribute effectively to the advancement of the digital economy through inclusive growth. And this is the theme of this summit. A few people might ask, how is it possible for African countries to take its rightful place amongst the Committee of Nations? And how can Africa position itself for advancement and to becoming the future of tech? Similar to what we all watched in Black Panther, Wakanda Forever. Something similar to that. We were all wondering, is this possible? All wondering, is it possible? However, if you remember, Nelson Mandela would say that it always looks impossible, just to paraphrase, until it always seems impossible until it's done, until it gets done. And there it is going to get done. We believe so much that it will get done. All right? Okay. And I'm sure you've also heard the adage, the proverb, that charity begins at home. The adage is often inferred to suggest that to change or improve a thing, even if it's a process, a system, a belief system, a way of life, your career, whatever it is as it applies to you, charity begins at home, they say. However, we believe that a lot of changes can be made even from people like you and I, even from our very place here, watching from the sidelines, taking some decisions, understanding what the deficit areas are, understanding how we all grew up, how we were raised, the communities that we were raised from, who our parents were, the struggles they were faced with, what they had to do to send us to school, and how we finally got to this land for some of us. That doesn't apply to everybody, but for some of us. And so and you understand that a lot can be done, not just by us sitting, talking, round the table, wondering what's going on. We can do something about it. We really can do something about it, and it starts with little points of contribution from each and every one of us in this room today. Not just the people in government, not just the people that work as entrepreneurs in their careers, but people like you and I in this room today who have some connections, some networks, and they can effectively rally the support, the networks that they belong to, the funding partners that they know, rally them around the table and have a round table about the opportunities in Africa, about the deficit areas of Africa, which we all know. But not just talking about the deficit, but actually talking about how to plug the gaps. Because the opportunities are huge in Africa. There are many opportunities. And we believe that you and I can be a part of those. And so, let me continue with the adage, charity begins at home. You need to be a part of a system before you can change it. So we say. It is largely true. However, the changes must start from the outside, for no man can truly or effectively change what they are comfortable with. And so half of the time when people are so comfortable with the systems they've grown up with, where they've been raised, it might be very difficult because their familiar faces around the table all the time. But sometimes when you bring people from outside, sometimes making suggestions, articulating their thoughts and putting pen to paper on what they think should be done and how they think those things should be done, sometimes it could be more effective. And it facilitates the growth, the rate of economic development in some of our nations that we're talking about. For some of us who have read the book From Good to Great, Jim Collins, he's just one of those professors at Stanford. From Good to Great. Jim Collins would say, the summary of that book to my mind is that good is the enemy of great. And so when we believe we're good, we've achieved a bit, we've accomplished something meaningful, sometimes we tend to fold our arms and think, perhaps, or sometimes when things are so difficult, we just throw up our arms in the air because we're not just sure what next steps to take. From Good to Great talks about the opportunities in becoming great, even when you have attained a level that people term very good, well accomplished, well accomplished, very successful. What is success? In Casa Foundation, at Casa Foundation, we define success as actually making an impact in the lives of other people. We define success as being significant, making an impact, something notable that can actually be attached to each of our names. A change a child raised might be very significant for a family. A child well raised can be very significant for a family. A shop well run can be very significant in the entrepreneurship world. You know, it's not just about government, it's not about economic development alone, it's not about business development, it's about how we're raised, the kind of people we're turning out on a daily basis, because they become the fabric and the engine that runs a nation. If people are not well brought up, you know what I mean? If children are not well brought up, then they become a menace to society. And God forbid that we have that on our hands. And so significance stems from the little spots, the little things that we can do in our own legal way. Running the big business, very key, because economic development we must learn to deepen the economies of our nations and all of those. But people are going to run and operationalize all of the companies we're talking about, engine of government and all of those. And it's the people that make the government. If they're not well raised, then you have a crisis on our hands. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is in some of these nations. I wanted to talk about the foundation, and I took note of the fact that the foundation set up for the one-story building is incapable to hold a 50-floor skyscraper, a high-rise building, 50 stories, for instance. As a matter of fact, we were actually, as part of the Friends of Africa, we don't just gather. We take some of our delegates around to visit some of the infrastructural development firms, companies, whatever they're interested in. Sometimes we're able to do that sometimes. And so I remember talking about foundations, that we actually visited a company called Tridel. I don't know if Gian is here yet. He'll be joining us, the CEO of Tridel.com. I'm sure some of you don't know who Tridel is, but I'm sure a lot of us know that the well, just at the opening of Spadina there, the well, that's the 75-story building, the newest one in Canada, and it's going to be the tallest building in Canada as of when it's done, 75-story, the well. It's right there. We were there yesterday touring with the board of Tridel.com. What's unbelievable, or what seemed incredible yesterday, was when they showed us the foundation of Tridel, where 15 floors have to be under 15 before they get to the foundation. And I was like, how does that happen? But that tells you that if you're going to hold a 75-story building or build a 75-story building, then 15 floors actually should not be too many to put underground. It just tells you that the foundation is sound, solid, and strong to carry the weight. Friends, we need foundations. The background, the career, the education, the spiritual, whatever it is. We need to build the foundation of our families for us to make any impact at all in any sphere of our lives. And foundation, talking about foundation in government, talking about foundation in business, talking about entrepreneurship in business, the foundation, the solid foundation, is actually what guarantees sustainability in any part, in any venture, in any endeavor of life. I just thought to add that as an aside. Today, we are welcoming a lot of delegates from different parts of the world. This is the room, this is where we stay, but we just like to deliberate, to discuss, to talk about all of the economic development initiatives that some of the governments represented here have today. And we believe that the foundation that we build from here will facilitate or fast track whatever initiatives and whatever agenda some of these governments have, or as business people, as startups, as youth organizations, as non-governmental organizations, the NGOs. We believe that some of the discussions today will definitely help us to become better businesses, better governments, better people, better family members. There's progress, and of course it's imperative that a lot of these governments make progress and they deliver results as promised. However, The truth of the matter is, Africa, in most forums that we attend and we engage with here in the developed nations, is still referred to when you see the graphs, when you see the statistics, when you see the indices, it's still the dark continent. That must change, and that must change very quickly. That must change very quickly. The reason that must change very quickly is because we need to begin to breed digital giants that can reinvent, redefine, reposition institutions for the flourishing of Africa. Such a transformation has taken place in the Asian tigers within one generation, since the end of the Second World War. We have seen the changes in South Korea, in Vietnam, in Malaysia, and in Indonesia since the 1960s. And such seeds can be sown in the emerging African nations who are refocusing on establishing a new order. Countries such as Rwanda, countries such as Kenya, countries such as Ethiopia, in Ghana. The story of Africa would be incomplete without a mention of the highly populated Nigeria. It cannot be complete. And justifiably so, not only because I'm Nigerian and I have the power of the mic right now, but it cannot be complete without talking about Nigeria. I mean, as we know, Nigeria has 20% of the continent's population. Nigeria has 20% of the continent of Africa's population. Egypt, Sudan, and Congo come, quite closely. In the case of Nigeria, this is reflective of several African states because it has been suggested that population, particularly the young population in Africa, is the greatest asset of Africa. Of course, an educated and economically empowered population is an asset with their knowledge and buying power. But that population has to be wary. We have to be wary of that because of the population explosion that is about to happen. It is generally said that at the current growth rate of the African population, of Nigeria's population, Nigeria will hit 400 million people. That's the projection. Would hit 400 million people by 2050. Currently, yes, by 2050. At the current growth rate. Currently, Nigeria is put at about 215 million by the most recent World Bank report. A lot of people believe that's understated because they believe in Lagos alone, which is the economic capital of Nigeria, you have 88 million people. That's what the report says. A lot of people say that's 25 million, but people believe that there are a lot of people hiding in nooks and crannies, low bed, low house. And we know that because that's the story of Nigeria and that's where we came from. And we say that, with all sense of responsibility. And a lot of people in this room that I know very well that are friends, we all came from that background, right? So no apologies at all, you see. What is important is what you do with it, right? So at the end of the day, 752 million people, 752 million is the population that is projected for Nigeria by 2100. That's 2100, year 2100. 752 million. In Lagos alone, we have 88 million people occupying a landmass of 3,345 square meters. Meaning that 26,000 persons per square meter. That's a nightmare. That's a nightmare. And I allude to this with all sense of responsibility because I got this report not only from the projections of the World Bank, which didn't actually give us, it gave us like half of these figures. But I got this from Professor Charles Soludo, former governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, one of my virtual mentors. And we believe he's an authority in this regard. All these people will need new land, and so we're using Nigeria as an example now. New land, new housing, water, food, power, education, healthcare facilities, sewage and waste disposal systems. All of this is required, and this will create jobs. Jobs all over. The population of Nigeria is very youthful, 43% between 0 and 14, 53% between 15 and 65. So you have 43 solid percent to play with in a country like that. This is representative and is reflective actually of most African countries. You could actually apply the statistics. And this is the future of Africa. The process of delivering the necessary investment has to be structured too. Informal remittances, while it is very good from the diaspora, is still informal. It can't be quantified. You put a figure to it, you really can apply it to major investments, major investment opportunities, because nobody's tracking it. So people know that it's coming in, but why don't we put that into some notes that could be governed by the central bank in some way, like Israel is doing as we speak? All right. Ladies and gentlemen, I completely believe that the delegates in this room are equipped to shape the direction and offer some ideas that are needed to create these ideas and solutions that will advance Africa towards its destined course. Our friends of Africa will believe that the glass that is almost empty will be filled by the little drops of contributions that each person makes today. We believe that the rickety, old, and weak foundations that we talked about earlier can give way to fresh and new solid structures that are built to last. That's another book by Jim Collins. It's called Built to Last. Where you leave a legacy, where people can actually see. We believe that because you are here in this room with us today, from diverse sectors, possibly we're expecting about maybe 250, 300 people by the time everybody is able to make it here today. But major changes happen with pockets of people like you and I in a room, understanding what needs to be done, applying ourselves to it, and offering solutions to the people around. And so, ladies and gentlemen, we believe that a lot can be done with the youth groups of Africa. Remember I said 43% of the population. Africa must have about 1 billion, I think, or 1.2 billion as we speak, the entire continent of Africa. That's a huge number, 43%. They need to be deployed. They need to be engaged fully. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to quickly round up because of time. And so permit me to quickly today introduce the head tables, the speakers, the delegates of this morning's session. And some of the speakers are here, some that I can see. And I'm just going to introduce them to you because now they'll take the floor and I'll hand over to the MC. From the government sector, Casey is not here yet, but he will be joining us shortly. I already heard from him. But ladies and gentlemen, we welcome Her Excellency, the representative of His Majesty the King of Morocco, the Ambassador of Morocco to Canada. We welcome you to this session. I'm sure you would, when we get all things going, you would read our profile, and when her session starts, we will do the proper introduction. But you are welcome to this session today, and we believe we will learn a lot from you, from all of the things that you have garnered, all the information, knowledge, and the skills and the competencies that you have gathered over the years, and we're looking forward to that. We welcome you, Honorable Faisal Hassan, member of the Provincial Parliament, the Legislative Assembly of Ontario. We welcome you, Madam Jean Augustine, the first Black Member of Parliament in Canada, and the first Federal Minister of Cabinet in Canada that is Black. From the private sector, we welcome you, Honorable Hakam. Thank you so much for joining us. MAP in Canada is represented in about 50-something countries, I understand, and they have a focus on West Africa. And so we welcome you. Thank you so much for joining us. We will engage with you. From the private sector, we have the banks, the top banks in Canada. We have BMO, Bank of Montreal, Canada, top 5. Here represented by Laura Halls, the Director of BMO for Women. Thank you for joining us today. We welcome you, the Chief Operating Officer of PNC Bank in Canada, Eric Brock. Thank you so much for joining us, Eric. And BDC Bank, that's the Business Development Bank of Canada. Ade Akimbola, the Senior Executive Lead, we welcome you, and we thank you for joining us. From the academia, we say academic. Where's Wendy? Okay. All right, we welcome you, Professor Wendy Sukia. Professor Wendy Sukia is a professor of entrepreneurship at the Rising University. She's the founder of Diversity Institute of the Rising University. She was vice president at Rising University of Innovation, and she's, we'll read all of that. Top 25 women in Canada in innovation. Thank you so much for joining us with the Rising team. I see a table for Rising there. Thank you so much all for joining us. You're welcome today. Professor Vida Shedal is a professor of business management at Centennial College. And I believe she's here, I'm not sure, but she will join us in the session. And she has 20 people from Centennial College. I don't see you yet. All right, we'll introduce them as they come in. and Dr. Olesa Kolisink of Sheridan College. All right. From the NGO, we have Stephanie Day, the national head of the United Nations Women in Canada. Where is Stephanie? I know she's around. I think I've seen her somewhere. Okay. All right. I know I've seen her. So she'll join us. She must be somewhere outside. From the NGO, the non-governmental organizations, we have the Moroccan Chamber of Commerce is here. Camisa, you're welcome as the president, and she will be joining us at the B2B sessions. And so for people looking to do business in Morocco, people looking for investment opportunities, they will be joining us in the B2B session with a lot of private sector CEOs that are already here with us and the Chamber of Commerce. We also have the Canadian African Chamber of Commerce. The chairman of the board is here with us, and they will be meeting with us also at the B2B session for people who are looking for opportunities in Africa and Canada, so that we can get some of the oil, the engine of business from this room when we break out later on in the afternoon today. A lot of business people. I see Gian at the back now. I think I see you. All right, so Gian Del Zotto, the CEO of Tridel.com. I call him Tridel.com. It's Tridel Development, and I talked about the well, I think before you came in. I hope you didn't hear everything I said. And I talked about him, and he's here with us. We'll be talking and having some chat. If you're looking to do some business in the real estate sector, he's the guy to speak to. Gian is the guy to speak to. Thank you for joining us today. We appreciate it. I'm just going to let us get started. We are all very important to us. I know that for you to have made time to be with us this afternoon, the story of Africa is very important. Brian Cromley is here with us. I see you sitting there. Brian is the CEO of Promi Capital. It's an equity fund advisory company managing the profile, the huge profile of the Senate, the Ottawa Senators in Canada. So Brian manages that. He's going to be with us, and I think he has a roundtable which he'll be chairing today with us, and he'll be taking that. As a matter of fact, Brian is also the husband of the mayor of Mississauga, and I need to say that because I'm a woman myself, and so I just got to keep saying that because we're doing great things as women, right? And so he's here with us today. Please give us a round of applause. So ladies and gentlemen, we'll get started. Thank you so much for joining us, our friends in Africa. The sessions, I won't allow the MC to do so much talking anymore so that he can just introduce the panel. But we have about 3 panels before lunch. And I would really encourage you, because they're very interesting panels, I would encourage you to sit right through and listen through. We have breakout sessions, the entrepreneur exchange, and we have the marketplace is open right through. And then we have the pitch. All the CEOs of the banks will be sitting with us at the pitch today because they're trying to demonstrate to us that the pitch is very important because the entrepreneurs are very important to us at Casa Foundation. The CEOs themselves will be sitting at the pitch, reviewing all the proposals so that they will know exactly who the prize goes to this afternoon. I encourage all of you to wait for all of these sessions, to join us. Thank you very much for coming. God bless you.
So I think I'm going to introduce the first panel. So thank you so much, President and founder of Casa Foundation. The first panel is going to be talking about leadership in an era of digitalization. Leadership in an era of digitalization. And distinguished panelists, Eric Brock, the CEO of PNC Bank. Please come and join us. Mr. Olusola Oyelede, the Principal Architect of Casa Development. And Sebastian Spiogobra, who's also going to moderate this first panel. Thank you so much.
I think this first panel is really about digitization and how to impact Africa. Mike, okay.
It's on, it's on.
I'm often accused of talking too loudly, so. Thank you so much. This first panel is on digitization and how that will impact Africa. I'll sort of just make a comment and tell it to you. My sense is, unfortunately or fortunately, most people tend naturally to think of digitization as a positive. Very few people tend to think of it as negative. But when I think of it broadly, in a structural sense, my view is that it will have both positive and negative impacts on the way people work in the West, but particularly in Africa. What are your thoughts? I mean, how would you sort of, first, do you agree with that broad classification? And secondly, how would you sort of bifurcate the pros and cons? And what I mean here is that, for instance, in Africa, in my judgment, the biggest problem is really mass unemployment. That has a lot of derivative effects on family formation, crime, a lot of other issues that will come out of that. And with artificial intelligence, with digitization, I know, for instance, I do a lot of work in the mining sector. In mining, for instance, as you introduce more robotic technology, for instance, you don't hire as many people. As you go, say, in oil and gas, and you move from onshore activities to deep offshore activities, you lose less people, and therefore these mining and oil and gas producing communities have fewer people working. So in my judgment, I would really appreciate if one will let us know if you agree with that broad classification, and two, if you do, in your experience, what do you think are some of the factors and issues that sort of touch on those points?
Thank you very much. You are all welcome to FOA 2019. I think we need to lay a foundation for discussion on leadership. First and foremost, digitalization leadership. We cannot talk about the digitalization or talk about the foundation of leadership itself. Digital age is just an enhancement to core principles of leadership. Leadership, first and foremost, must be developed. We must have the core attributes, or what I would call the core foundation of leadership. Then we can use technology to improve on it, or to make it more accessible to people. Leadership is about influence and decision making. So if you don't have the right foundation, even if you have an accelerated tool that will enhance it, you will still arrive at wrong answers. So leaders must learn, first and foremost, the qualities of leadership. First, you have to be honest. That's the first core important thing that you need. Second, you must know that definitely this is inclusive. You must live by influencing others. You must realize that your team, everyone there, should attain leadership. The ultimate leadership is that you produce other leaders. Now, how do you apply that to this age of the more information that is available to you, the better the decision that you can make. So technology can help you to collect more and more data about everything. But the downside of collecting data is that you collect good and bad data. You have to be able to see through it and know how to work with it. As per your assertion at the beginning, that maybe digitalization, is it helping Africa or not helping Africa? I believe that is helping because if I can just take a simple example, before the age of cell phones, you could not do business even within a community that is 30 kilometers apart. Now, you can be in Canada and do business in China just from your phone. So this is good data collection because you know that you can link people, link more people. Artificial intelligence can also help. The downside of this is what we are talking about. Maybe it's going to affect the workforce. The job that 10 people used to do, maybe just one person sitting in a room, back room somewhere in a remote place can do everything, like in banking sector. I wouldn't know if maybe you want to contribute to that.
Thank you very much. And it's a huge pleasure and honor to be here. When you look at the Canadian example, Canada is oil, gas, natural resources, and historically that's been a huge part of the Canadian economy. And very similar question has come up here, which is technology good for Canada? Is it getting rid of jobs? And some of those lessons that we're learning about transforming ourselves digitally, moving forward with new technologies, is an opportunity to answer the question that you've asked. Toronto and Southern Ontario, and I know we have members of the government, is growing faster in new tech job creation than Silicon Valley, Boston, New York combined. And while they're different jobs than we've had in the past, they're new jobs. And taking a bold vision and building on some of the themes we had in the keynote to start, there are opportunities. Again, how do you start with leadership and move that forward in terms of where is artificial intelligence, where is technology going to influence those jobs, and what are the future jobs for the young people that we were talking about, the 1.2 billion. Maybe very, very different than mining, oil and gas, but those jobs are coming. And you have the opportunity with the cell phones, you don't need to put in telephone poles. And those jobs of doing that industrial utility may not be there, but you've now got these great technology jobs because you have the greatest infrastructure set up, much more than Canada. We don't have to pull that system out and put in a new one. You're building it at 2019 standards from the start.
Thank you for that. I like very much your contribution on leadership and the fact that if by and large we don't have an educational system that works, we don't have a healthcare system that functions, or a road network transportation system, you can import all the technology and put it on top. It's just like what Dr. Tony was saying, where you build a skyscraper with a weak foundation. And I think the problem, the way I see it, the challenge we've seen in most parts of Africa is that I had someone who once said that we, in a certain sense, missed the agricultural age in civilizational terms. So we had this huge period, the pre-1816 era, where you had these big agricultural outputs changing, yields, etc. And we missed that. And then we missed also the industrial age. So if you think of the last 150 years, you've had basically the rise of the automobile, the rise of the industrial age, and we sort of missed that. And then we now have the digital age. And the question, I would put it this other way, to my big brother and also to Eric, which is, what can we do so that we don't miss the digital age? Because I think we tend to assume that we would not miss it. But if history is any guide, history would tend to say that we may miss it, because clearly, I don't think in the 1940s or 50s or 60s, we didn't know that cars were being produced in Korea, or that Toyota or Nissan were beginning to produce cars. And yet in Africa, we weren't able to be part of that generation. And I'm I'm sure that if we go back to 1960 and we listen to a conversation between Nkrumah and Herrera, Kawunda, they probably also thought they would be part of that generation. And then we look back now, 50 years later, and we listen. So, to you, my big brother, how would you, from your experience, especially as an architect, because I actually think this problem is an architectural problem, if one would think about it that way. It's almost as if you have a house that has a weak foundation, and you have to almost stabilize this house so that you can add on top of it more floors. How do we do that? And then I would say to Eric, the opposite of that question is, what are some of the lessons you've seen in Canada that you think we might be able to apply? My observation is that one of the reasons why we've had, for instance, the rise in parts of the United States, even in Europe, and who knows if in Canada to a degree, of this anti-globalization feeling, this one could call it populism, some would call it nationalism, any number of ways to describe it, is that there's a whole group of people who have lost jobs in Ohio, in Pennsylvania, in northern Ontario, in Manitoba, in parts of New Brunswick, who feel that this new economy, this digital economy is beyond us. We can't be part of it. So I would love to hear your contribution.
Thank you very much. Vision is the key. So for leadership to be effective, first there must be vision that everybody can rally around. And when a leader has a vision and is well understood by the team, it is a lot easier to forge ahead. You have to look back internally. You have to think about where you want to be in the future. You have to plan towards that and set up systems and processes that will be focused on that goal, so that you know when you are sending people to colleges or to universities, the aim of sending them there. They are not just there to get bachelors of this or masters of this. What's the end product? So leadership sets that vision, and the kind of curriculum that they will set up in those schools will fit the vision eventually. Then the other part is that you also have to note that technology can cause distraction. You gather so much data, you have all this data banked, you are wondering what you do with the data. Sometimes too much data can lead to some errors because you over-analyze stuff. But that's what the technology can do for you. And you can also, if you have the right leaders in place, you can also use this data to forge ahead, to know and pin all the issues that may arise along the line of your vision. Yesterday we went, like the president of Casa Foundation said, we went on tour of a site, Strider's site, and they discussed the technology that they are using to achieve these feats. This is the biggest project in Canada to date. And the technology that they're using is so robust that it's unbelievable. And you would expect that for the amount of work that they're doing, that you need millions of people to execute. But you can see the efficiency that they are gaining. If they were to do pen and paper like we do in Africa, it's going to take 50 years to build that project. But technology is being used positively to achieve the aim. And because someone sat down with a vision, that vision is the underlying requirement.
I couldn't agree more. To answer your question that you asked me, vision is the key. And when we look at how we look at time. The truth is, we are very impatient, and we want to move forward faster. Technology is helping us move forward faster. But we have the first African-Canadian female member of Parliament with us today, 1993. That's a second. It feels in Canada that was forever ago, and this is normal and natural, and we've had it for hundreds of years. It's not very long. And this technology change and digitization and how we're evolving in the economy and the schools, it's one generation. So the opportunity for what we're talking about here today is one generation out, 2 generations out. How do you build towards that vision now, so that you're building that strong foundation that Tridel's building the deep well, but also how are we building that in our communities, how are we building that in our education system, how are we building that vision for the infrastructure of the communities and the economies of the future.
Well, I guess it comes back down to leadership and vision, and integrated vision. Before we continue, is there, I would sort of prefer if maybe there are some comments, questions from the floor, and then we sort of conclude on this side, so that, you know, as they say in another place, wisdom is not in the heads of only 1 or 2 people. So, Mr. MC, maybe we could pass the mic if anyone has another contribution or question.
Any questions? Any questions?
Or contributions, and then keep moving.
Any questions? We are talking about leadership in the digital age. Any questions?
Well, I have one.
You do? Good. Awesome.
Yeah, because we've been talking about inclusion, also leadership in the era of digitalization, I probably would, I mean, if one of you, the preference would be Eric, could address the issue of working remotely, how leadership addresses that in an era of digitalization. How can we make leadership and output more efficient when people work remotely? What kind of measures, and possibly cite some of the case studies from your organization, perhaps? Thank you.
The man with numbers.
So happy to. It's evolving. The traditional you have to be in the office to produce is gone in many organizations. And what we're looking at is how do you use technology to connect with people? So whether I have a team in Toronto or Vancouver or Pittsburgh, we connect digitally. So if it's cell phone, it's video conference, it's video chat, we're able to share information instantly. And that removes the barrier from what we're doing. We spend a lot of time trying to make that seamless. So we have meeting rooms that are identical in multiple locations, so that when you turn the video on, it feels like they're in the same room, even though they're thousands of miles away in different time zones. But the room looks and feels the same, and it feels like you're sitting in the same space. And we're able to talk and share information that way. So more and more, it's not about being in the office, it's about getting the work done, sharing collectively, working cross-border. But that creates new challenges around understanding, having a lot more time talking about dialogue and culture and the values of leadership, around expectation management. This is what's important, not whether you're wearing a suit and showing up in the office at 9, leaving at 5. It's about how are we going to work together and how are we going to trust each other, where we might never have met in person.
Dr. Toyin, I like this question very much, because I think in my observation, it makes absolutely no sense that in the 21st century, in an era where we claim that the gardener is sort of always blocked, there's not so much traffic, the effect on climate change, etc. You wake up in the morning, you take a shower, which takes a lot of heat to put your boiler up to get a shower. And then you go downstairs to your house or whatever, drive your car several kilometers, or you take the train, you go and sit at an office as a law firm or a consulting firm, and you write a document and email it to the person next door, who then edits it and sends it back to you, and then halfway through you go and stand at the coffee place, you have a bit of coffee, and then at the end of the day, you spend a lot of energy going back home. This is an industrial vision of the world. Going back to what our big brother was saying. I mean, 100 years ago, you had to be on an assembly plant because somebody would put in the tire, someone would put in the windshield, somebody would put in the bolt. So if all of us were not there at the same time, that work couldn't be done. But in a world where we live now in a service economy, where most of the jobs that are going to be created in the digital age are jobs where you don't have to be there to do it. But unfortunately, I mean, in a certain sense, and talking about inclusion, because most of the companies are still run by men, and we are not as affected by issues of childcare, pregnancy, and things of that nature. No matter how much we talk about it, we tend, unfortunately, to create systems which do not make that possible. So I actually think, in a certain sense, that the digital age is an inclusive age. But unless the women and the men demand that the companies change, we are not going to change. We are going to still leave things as they are. So I think it's very interesting, because in Africa we can actually, as you've seen in Kenya with M-Pesa, you can actually use technology to move forward. But in a certain sense, like has been said at the panel, we have to demand the change, and we have to become the change. But in a certain sense, I think it's a hopeful future for Africa, but there's a lot of work to be done. And so I'll just leave it back to the panel for any final thoughts. I'm told I have 10 minutes left. Any final thoughts to this audience? I know my question. Oh, there's one more question. Two questions.
Oh, 2 questions. 3 questions.
Whoa, okay.
You want to ask another question?
No.
Let's start with this.
So let's take all the questions together, or the comments, and then we'll wrap up. All the questions.
Yeah, good morning. Many parents here, we bear witness that often you have to call one of your kids to operate the remote control. So my question is, how do you handle that leadership challenge from this generational gap on digitalization?
You're writing down the questions.
My name is Bantiun Tuzazo. I'm from Ethiopia. My question is, the issues and challenges of Africa are not just solvable with the digital economy only. It's a double-pronged approach that we have to approach. And that is, many African countries, if they are going to the digital age, they will be leaving behind the majority of the population, which is in the low productivity, in the low awareness regime. So it is a balancing act. Yes, for the developed world, digitization is the way to go, and all AI and every other things. But for the African continent, that does not have the basic necessities, engaging these people to be part of the productive network will create opportunities not only for themselves, but for all the riches that can flow to sustain that change. So can you maybe include in that double-pronged approach how you can be able to speed or expedite development for the rest of the African continent, for the other half of the African continent? Thank you.
Yeah, any other question?
Yes. Good day. Thank you so much for being invited. Margot in the European Club of Canada. I'm originally from Poland, so I have a question because Africa is no one country. It is a lot of cultures, different traditions, and because I was participating with the president of Ghana, Nigeria, and other conferences. You came here, and I'm a businessman, I study economics. I'm just thinking, what Africa is, in general, is expecting from Canada, and taking into consideration the rich history of the Europeans in Africa, and there is also the tumult, because I witnessed a little bit, and because I'm from the generation that the Soviet Union was in power, superpower, and but I think, in my opinion, now is Africa is on the way to find the new direction, because China is superpower, and Chinese model of economy, we are missing the point. But ideology in China is very strong. It's a communist country, which is not allowing God existence to be officially recognized. So I'm talking now about the academic point of view, freedom of speech. So I'm just thinking, because power of China is very, very strong, influence is very smart and intellectually advanced, and this is probably first superpower now in the common world. So I'm just thinking, if you are going to have the cooperation, Africa is going to put in cooperation with Europe, with United States and Canada, or with China. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Last question.
My question, because it's been mentioned a few times about the multi-generational vision, I think that was mentioned, and the president also mentioned about the 43% of the youth. Can you please give specific examples of how, if we can come up with this multi-generational vision, how we can actually put it to work? For example, I know that some countries send maybe students to come and to get an education and they come back, but I need more than that.
Thank you so much. Let us wrap up.
So I understand that we have about just 5 minutes, so I'll just pass the mic and you can sort of put the questions together. There's a question about technology transfer, multi-generational, the kids who are teaching the parents how to use remote controls, etc. There was also a question about the kind of circumferential approach to dealing with the problems of Africa. It's not just cell phones and technology, there's water, there's rules, there's basic problems, and also political issues we have to deal with. And then I think the last question, in a certain sense, is sort of a more epistemological, ideological question, which is China has proposed a certain model which is working to a degree, right? That you can construct political freedom and you can increase economic freedom. So by constructing the political space, making it anti-democratic, you actually have better economic outcomes, as opposed to the traditional Western models, which is much more cacophonous. We argue and fight with each other all day, and we have slightly less economic outcomes. And up until now, Africa in a post-colonial sense has adopted the Western model. So,
Thank God that we have professors here today. So I would say that it's a simple equation here. There's generational gap, but it can be bridged with education. We have to keep learning daily. A leader that is not learning is stagnant. And if you have a vision that you are not updating in line with the globalization and things happening around you, you'll just be a watcher.
And a leader is one that makes things happen, not the one that watches things happen. So to make things happen, we need to train our workforce. We have a population of young kids in Africa, like the president said, it's over 43%. That's a huge number. These people are idle. You can imagine the turmoil that they can bring on the nation. So, but if you train them in the areas where they will be useful to the vision, then you can harness the energy that they have. That's number one. Number two, you were talking about maybe the age difference. I mean, some people that will be left behind. Technology, even though may be complex, but it's making complex things simple. So, for instance, you have your cell phone. When last did you check to know how the chips inside your cell phone work? All you need to do is the user interface is simple. Just press a knob and then you receive your call. Press another knob, the call is down. You understand? So technology makes things simple. So even people that are illiterate, and I see this all over Africa, in the era of cell phones, you find that they can use their cell phones. They even use the cell phone to transfer money. They use it to receive money. So they can be trained. That's what I'm saying. So nobody is too old or too young to be left behind in era of education. So my summation would be that as we have a vision, we must also include the training of the team members or the stakeholders for this vision in the vision itself. Thank you.
Thank you, and I will try to be very brief and wrap up. And answer two questions at the same time. I have a number of young people who teach me how to use technology all the time. It's been 20 years since I started working in banking. When I started versus today, it's a completely different business. My job as a leader and why the work we're doing here and talking to entrepreneurs and talking about emerging technologies and emerging problems is because the opportunity for me is I get to learn. So leadership is mostly about being humble, knowing what you don't know, asking questions and finding the right people who can bring you the answers, because that's what entrepreneurs do. They look at problems, they find solutions. It's working with younger people who see things differently than you do. And to answer your question about how does an entire continent change the way it's doing business, they have the answers. We have to find ways to let them and let people express what the right solution for them is, and being humble enough to know that it might be very, very different than what's come before. So, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. A round of applause to our panelists. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, Eric Brock, Mr. Oyelate, and Sebastian. Thank you so much. Before we go into the second presentation, which is going to be on developing an inclusive economy, and role of women in business, the role of women in business. Personally, what I have learned from the first panel discussion is pretty much more questions than answers. I think we are privileged to be here, but as you reflect on what we have had, ask yourself these 4 questions. Are you honest? Are you inclusive? Are you humble? And can you identify bad data from good data? And are you willing to share the good data? So the next panel discussion has Dr. Wendy Shukla. Dr. Wendy, please come and join us. Sarah Reynolds, the Director of PMO for Women. Her Excellence Sharia Otami, the Ambassador in Canada of the Kingdom of Morocco. Please come and join us. And the lady who is going to be moderating this panel is Stefan Day from the National Head of United Nations for Women.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. Special thanks to Casa for putting on this wonderful event. So it's my pleasure and privilege to introduce Dr. Wendy Suke, who is a mentor of mine. She's a leader of thought and innovation. She's the academic director and founder of the Diversity Institute at Ryerson University. And she'll just share some opening remarks so we can kick off our panel on gender equality and inclusive growth.
Thanks so much, Stephanie, and it's really a privilege to be here. I'm afraid I'm at the age where I can either see you or my notes. It's, Friends of Africa, this is the second time I've been here, and it's really a wonderful opportunity to exchange knowledge, to learn from each other, and to share best practices as well as opportunities for collaboration. From our perspective, inclusive economic growth is fundamental to Canada's current strategy for innovation. And essentially all that it says is that we want to pursue innovation, we want to pursue more jobs and more investments, but we don't want to leave anyone behind. And historically, there's often been a dichotomy drawn between making profits and social development. And I think fundamental to our policies, both in Canada and globally, is the notion that those two things can be combined. So you can do well and do good at the same time. We know really around the world and within our own country that economies that are more inclusive do better, that disparity fuels huge social costs, whether we're talking about healthcare, health costs or violence or other long-term impediments. And so trying to address that dual perspective on growth is critically important. In Canada, for example, McKinsey's study showed that we would add $150 billion to our GDP if we addressed gender equality more effectively. A recent study from, I think, RBC indicated that we would add $50 billion to our economy if we reduce the disparities between Canadian-born workers and immigrants. We, as many of you know, we attract people to Canada based on their education and skills, and then we put roadblocks in their path to success. So we're far from perfect, and there's lots that we can do better. And we know that the approaches that we're taking are really shared by countries around the world, including many represented in this room. Specifically looking at gender equality, the Canadian government has made a commitment to investing $2 billion in doubling the number of women entrepreneurs by the year 2025, which would get us approximately to the proportion of entrepreneurs who are women that you currently have in Nigeria, for example. We are not world leaders in terms of the proportion of women entrepreneurs, but it's important, I think, that our government recognizes that investing in women is investing in both economic and social growth. And we were thrilled to have received funding for the Women Entrepreneurship Knowledge Hub, and some of our partners are here today, including BMO and others, which is specifically focused at strengthening the infrastructure in Canada and removing the roadblocks to women entrepreneurs. I need more hands. Our mission at the Women Entrepreneurship Knowledge Hub is to challenge stereotypes. We know that when we think of leadership, when we think of entrepreneurs, we most often think of men, we most often think of technology leaders. And in fact, entrepreneurs are much more than that. We want to improve access to financing. We know that women-led businesses, even though often they represent lower risk, face barriers in terms of accessing financing, often because of the sectors that they tend to be in. We want to promote internationalization. Specifically, we want to encourage more women-led businesses to engage in international trade, which is part of the reason why we're especially interested in the opportunities in Africa. And we want to encourage better practices across the ecosystem. One of the things that I feel I have to mention is that Canada still does experience a gender gap in terms of wages, even though on average women are better educated than men, as they are in some African countries. Women earn about 87 cents per dollar compared to men, and it's not a gap that we're doing a good job of narrowing. The other thing that I have to confess is that when we add to that race, when we add to that Indigenous people, when we add to that disability and other factors, we see that gap increases dramatically. And one of the things for me that was most shocking was we had done a study of women in leadership roles, boards of directors and CEOs. And it won't surprise you that even though women are half of the workforce in Canada, they represent only 20% of members of boards of directors and CEOs. But what was particularly shocking was in the city of Toronto, where half of the population is racialized. So for every white woman, there's a racialized woman. White women outnumbered racialized women 17-1 on boards. So that was a very, very clear indication that when you intersect gender with race, even in this country, which has a good reputation internationally, there are huge issues that we have to address. So I'm really pleased to be here to participate in the panel today. I think that the opportunities for sharing and collaboration between Canada and Africa are massive, and I know we'll be talking more later about trade, but we know, as I mentioned, that African countries have one of the highest rates of women entrepreneurship in the world, and that in many cases, women-led businesses provide a pathway out of poverty that we could actually learn from in Canada, where we have huge segments of the population that need more opportunities. We also know that in Africa, microfinancing programs have helped women grow businesses. We know Africa has 5 of, I think, the world's top 20 fastest growing economies. So the opportunities, whether it's in agriculture, infrastructure, technology, or extractive industries, are massive for collaboration. And we also know that in many African countries, you share our view of combining economic and social development. So I'm really looking forward to the discussion today. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Emily. It's great to hear the policy and legal approaches that are happening in Canada to support women entrepreneurs. And I know that Bank of Montreal plays a huge role in the ecosystem, the women's entrepreneurship ecosystem in Canada, especially in terms of supporting women entrepreneurs' access to finance. Laura, can you shed a bit more on what Bank of Montreal is doing to support women?
Thank you, Stephanie. We're doing a number of things, but I actually wanted to back up a bit and talk talk about BMO's purpose and how women and diversity actually flows through the entire organization's purpose. So we've identified 3 different pillars that we have just identified as our purposes in our organization. There's thriving economy, and women entrepreneurs fall under this portion. Sustainable futures, and we're looking at how our capital markets can invest significant money in clean energy, et cetera. And zero barriers. And the zero barriers, again, weaves through how we're addressing, because by 2025, they've set a very ambitious goal to have zero barriers within our organization. And so I'm really pleased that the work that I'm doing does somewhat feed into all of those. When we look at women entrepreneurs, and I guess entrepreneurs in general, but with women specifically, we look at how there's 3 different areas that would be considered capital. And Stephanie, I know that you've heard our CEO speak about this. There's economic capital, so the access to markets. Social capital, which is access to mentorship, education, networks. And then there's financial capital, which is actually the money to do business lending. Under the economic capital from the access to markets, we have a strategic procurement process in place that looks at diversity of our suppliers. And then under the financial capital piece, in 2014, we committed $2 billion to women-owned businesses in lending, and we actually oversubscribed that by 2016. Last year in 2018, we committed $3 billion in capital to women-owned businesses, and we're well on our way to actually, and the goal was to have that lent by in 3 years, and we're well on our way to actually meet that before the 3 years. Our women-owned business lending portfolio is growing at about a 5% faster rate than our overall business lending portfolio. And we're watching that quarter after quarter increase, and part of that is us doing internal education for our frontline employees to actually have a better understanding of how to have conversations with women-owned businesses and to understand the challenges that they've historically faced when getting funding. A large part of what my team focuses on is the social capital portion, and that's building partnerships with organizations like Grow Your Business and the Women Presidents Organization. They're peer mentoring networks for women-owned businesses, and they meet once a month for 3 hours and they coach each other. We're partnered with Plan International Canada, where we invite young women into our organization once a year on International Day of the Girl, which was yesterday, and have them sit with one of our executives and take over the role for the day. This past year, we actually decided to take one of our seat chairs and give it to a woman entrepreneur in our network, so that we have a young woman spending time with somebody who's built a successful business from the ground up, as opposed to spending time with a corporate leader, because that's incredibly important. 98% of our employment comes from a small business, and I believe 30% of our GDP is from small business. So we need to be encouraging young women and girls to be going into entrepreneurship and not just looking in the corporate world, so to speak. We do a lot of education for women entrepreneurs as well. We hold workshops on strategic planning, understanding your cash flow, finances, etc. Human resources. We just piloted this past week with 25 entrepreneurs at our Institute for Learning a workshop on resilience. Entrepreneurs are known to experience burnout at a much faster and higher rate than the average population, and so we're looking at how we can support them to become more resilient and to be able to deal with stress better. And we also have a dedicated website for women entrepreneurs and podcasts as well.
Thank you very much, Laura. We've heard a lot about the Canadian perspective, and it's interesting to see that in Africa, in terms of numbers, there are more women entrepreneurs, and it's good to see how Canada is at least trying to play catch up with the policy and the laws in place to support women entrepreneurs. But it'll be interesting to invite Your Excellency to share about what is in place in Morocco, what has the king put in place to support women entrepreneurs to benefit from the economic opportunity.
Yeah, good morning. Thank you very much. I'm very happy and delighted to be here, and I would like to thank very much the Friends of Africa and Olu for inviting me to be part of this panel and to have some discussions about this very important and interesting topic of women entrepreneurship. But first of all, I would like to really draw your attention to the fact that Africa got a Nobel Peace Prize yesterday. And I would like, it's important. It will come with the second issue. Thank you. Sorry. So I would like to really congratulate all the Ethiopians being in this room today, and also all these Africans for this very important achievement. It's I think the 19th Nobel Prize that we got in Africa. So we are very, very proud. Now coming back to our topic, I agree it's a very important topic. It's a very, if we consider that it is a real lever for economic growth, for inclusiveness, for reducing poverty, especially when we are talking about women. And it's also something that would help in the case of women to accomplish and to get to some autonomy, financial autonomy, some personal also fulfillment, and to get also some confidence, self-confidence. So I think it's very important. It has, of course, an impact on women themselves, but also on their families. And when you are talking about families, you talk about the whole society, that's for sure. So in my country, Morocco, this the issue of economic empowerment of women really is a priority. It has been a priority since a long time, and it's still a priority. But you know that it is related to the overall issue of the promotion and the development of the women condition. It is, really completely related to that. If we want to improve the women in the field of entrepreneurship, we have also to improve the global condition of women, and we are trying to do so. We did a lot of things. We still have a lot of things to do, but we are proud of what we have been doing up to now, and I'm going to talk about that. But of course, there is still a long way to go. So I would like also to maybe underline that in the case of Morocco, we are very, very lucky to have the head of state, the King, Mohammed VI. Really, he is a truly and sincere defender and promoter of the women condition. He has the first one to appoint. He has been the first one, in our case, the first king to appoint a woman advisor to the king. So, and also to encourage women to get to the political sphere, to the economical sphere, to the diplomatic sphere. And this by doing this, by having this kind of initiative, it's also some signals that are, put in front of the whole society, just to encourage women and also men to have a full confidence in women. So, and in this context, we had like two major reforms in Morocco regarding the issue of the promotion of women. One was related to the family code. It took place in 2004, and since we had these reforms in the family code, women get equal rights with women. And also the second one is the reforms of the constitution in 2011. And the constitution, the new constitution in 2011 guarantees the equality between men and women. Now, Of course, as I told you, we made significant progress in the figures, in the field, but I mean, there is an immense potential that still has to be exploited and to be helped. If we compare, for example, with the sub-Saharan countries or in North Africa, we don't have the figures that in women entrepreneurship field that exist in sub-Saharan countries. I'm not talking about the informal sector, because in Morocco we have a lot of informal sector, and especially women, there are a lot in the informal sector, and we have to help them to get out of this informal sector and to join the formal sector. So being aware of all the gaps, of all the issues, of all the problems that exist in this field of women entrepreneurship, I mean, the government took a lot of measures in partnership with associations, with private sector, with international development partners, and those measures are include trainings, income generating projects, microcredit initiative, especially targeted to women, and in order just to encourage them to promote themselves and to get some incomes. I have to quote a number of measures, of programs, because we have global programs, dedicated and granted to all entrepreneurs, men and women. But we have some specific ones, that target the women. So I will quote, for example, the auto-entrepreneur system, self-employment system. It's about the possibility of locating the activity at home. And when it comes to women, it is something that women likes because they could stay at home. It will facilitate, it will balance between the family work and their personal work. So that's why we developed a lot this program in Morocco. It has been done with in the frame of partnership between the state and various Moroccan institutions. For example, Morocco Mail, the professional group of banks. We have bankers with us. And also with the Professional Association of Finance. Maybe it's interesting because no later than yesterday, October 11, October 11 is the celebration of Moroccan Women's Day in Morocco. And a new program on 11 of October called Women in Business has been launched by the BNC Bank of Africa. And it's a very important Moroccan bank group. And it has been launched in partnership with European Bank for Reconstruction and Development and the support of the EU. So it provides full support to women entrepreneurs and in business, granting them funding, banking services, training, and mentoring. Sorry. So I will just make a summary because we have a lot of programs. We have programs dedicated for women in regions. We have programs dedicated to small and medium enterprises run by women. We have also some programs aiming at mobilizing funds for women. And also we have the Women's Cooperative. I'm sure that you have heard about that, especially when maybe it is linked to the argan oil. We have a lot of women in this field, and running companies with argan oil, and it helped them a lot. I mean, to get some incomes and to improve their family life and themselves. Thank you. Sorry for being so long.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency. It's very encouraging to see the number of initiatives that are happening in Morocco. And with that said, I know Laura touched on social capital and also the opportunities for internationalization with trade agreements. So just sort of moving forward, looking more again at cooperation, since we're here thinking about Friends of Africa, I wanted to sort of discuss the gender barriers, but really in terms of global value chains and how we can support women entrepreneurs access foreign markets. And Dr. Suke, is there anything that you wanted to add to that to see what Canada is doing to support women entrepreneurs access foreign markets?
Sure, and I think it's important to recognize that there aren't simple solutions to complex problems. So we're really trying to take a systems view of this and introducing new programs. There have been a lot, for example, of women-only trade missions that have gone to different countries. There's the Organization of Women in Trade that tries to encourage women to export. Our consulates around the world and trade commissioners do an amazing job once women entrepreneurs show up in their countries to help find opportunities to connect them and so on. But fundamentally, the problem is much more deep-rooted, and the reality is that a lot of women entrepreneurs don't think globally when they start their business. So we have to really get at the, and Laura mentioned this briefly, we really have to get at some of the fundamental issues around how women see themselves and how they see their businesses, how they understand the opportunities. It isn't just about making capital available, it's also about encouraging women to set their sights high and to go after the capital. It's about helping them navigate some of those opportunities. So we think, for example, that financial and technological literacy are two really important areas. However, we also know that in spite of all the focus on tech entrepreneurs, often the most successful entrepreneurs in technology fields are not themselves computer scientists or engineers. And someone said in the previous panel, like, do you really know how your cell phone works? Probably not, who cares? So trying to erode some of those structural barriers to how women see opportunities and to how others see women entrepreneurs is really, in my view, at the core of what we have to do. Because, I've sat on, for example, funding programs like those run by the Ontario Chamber of Commerce, which are aimed at helping Canadian businesses go global. And the reality is, we're not getting women applying for the funding. We have to work further upstream. The only other thing that I would always emphasize, and again, it comes back to that intersectionality. We know that women who are also immigrants are much more likely to see opportunities globally. And so a huge opportunity I see in Canada is to build stronger partnerships between newcomers and immigrants to Canada and entrepreneurs who are born here in order to help them understand what the opportunities are, because the opportunities internationally are massive.
Thank you so much, Dr. Suke. And just touching on that, I know Business Development Bank of Canada has a line of business that focuses exactly on that newcomer success for women entrepreneurs. We're really looking out for female immigrants who have come to Canada and have started businesses and how they can support them to grow their businesses. We only have a little bit of time left, and I do definitely want to take questions. So are there any questions in the audience?
Hi, good morning. Thank you very much for this really interesting panel. My question is directed to Dr. Suke. Sorry, I hope I pronounced that correctly. You gave a statistic at the beginning when you were speaking to say that there's about 17 white women to every one racialized woman. And I'm currently a master's student in university, and I even see that in my own space, and not really seeing women who look like me in a lot of these positions. So I just wanted to find out that, in your opinion, what do you think can be done to really bridge this gap? Because I think there's a massive problem with this sort of intersectionality between gender and race. Thank you.
Before you respond, are there any other questions we can take from you two or three at the same time?
Thank you. My name is Kehinde. My question is to Mrs. Laura from PMO, right? Yeah, the question is, the Women in Business program that you have, does it only support initiatives in Canada alone or globally? And also, how do these women, how do they access the support? Thank you.
Thank you. And I think there was one more at the back, and then
Chair. For many women starting out, especially in the corporate industry, they start off at a lower base because it could be the same job they're applying as a male colleague. They get a lower starting base, and that sets them back for years ahead. So what's your recommendation to others, how to combat that, and within your own organizations, how effective you are in eliminating those practices?
Any more questions from a lady? No? Okay, I'm gonna go ahead.
Yeah, I have a question. Okay, first, thank you very much for an excellent presentation. And my question is directed towards Madame Othmani, Ambassador of Morocco. You talked about, I think all of you, about the informal sector, and I think it's, I don't know if it's, if I can call it a problem, but in all the developing world, and especially in Africa, most women go to the informal sector, and especially in Morocco. And you have touched base, you gave some examples of what's being done by the private sector. But my question, so what is done by the public sector in Morocco and by the government to bridge the gap and to bring those women to the formal sector? Thank you.
Thank you so much.
thank you. I think we'll start with Laura, and you can also share about, you mentioned the 3 pillars in DMO, and touch on that and how it relates to the opportunities for women when they get into the corporate sector.
I'll address the first question on the women in business global supports. So we're mostly a North American bank, so we're national in Canada and we're regional in the US. And so through our entire North American footprint, there are different supports in place for women in businesses. Additionally, I sponsor through the BMO for Women program a challenge called the We Empower Challenge, and it's ran 2 years in a row now. And it's a challenge for women entrepreneurs who have businesses that are addressing the UN Sustainable Development Goals. And every year, one winner from each UN region is selected to come to New York to pitch for a grant. And what I've noticed over the last 2 years that we participated in this is that there's one, women entrepreneurs identify issues in their local community that they think that they're solving for in just their community. And when they come to pitch their business to get the grant funding, it's opening up this entire network of other opportunities globally. So last year there was a young woman from Nigeria who has created a clean source of light energy for the home. And I know that they're looking at that now in other areas of the world, and not just that one community. So that's one of the things that we are looking at, that we're doing to support more of the global nature. And we're also looking at how we can work with Plan International through some of their programs that they do to be able to support women entrepreneurs in the global south. But primarily my work is focused in North America. From entering the corporate world, the pay equity perspective, with BMO, we have pay bands. And there's the minimum, the midpoint, and the maximum. And to some degree, that does solve for the that gender pay gap. If somebody's in their role for a period of time and successful in that role, they should at least be at that midpoint of the pay band, regardless of their gender. And I know that leaders are very cautious or conscious of making sure that there is no significant gender pay gap. I know I've been talking to a number of leaders that are actively making sure that at the end of the year, when we have our budget for pay increases in the next year, they are looking at that to be able to create that level of fairness. And it does help that 40% of our senior leadership is women and 36% of our board. So we are being held accountable at the senior leadership level.
Thank you. It's also important, I think, for women who are entering the private sector to take a good research, to take a good sort of analysis of companies out there and really see, because there's a number of companies that are very vocal about pay equity, and they will share that they have taken steps to look at pay equity in their firms and make sure that men and women are paid equal wages for equal work. I'd also like to open up to Ambassador, if you can please touch on the question on the informal sector.
Thank you. Thank you for the question. As I said, there are many programs dedicated and offered to women entrepreneurship, those being in the formal or informal sectors. But the problem, I think, is that it's about the information. They have to know, they have to get the information, and they have to access to all these programs. And when we are talking about women in the formal sector, it has a direct relation to education. So women, if they don't have the necessary, they are not really educated to get access, formal access to this program, it is a little bit, it will be a little bit difficult for them to get out, to step out from the informal sector and to join the formal one. But I think here we have to fill this gap by associations, by those association of women entrepreneurs that are working on the ground, that are working close to the civil society, that know the needs of the women, and that have to really to encourage them and to show them and to teach them that there are programs specially customized for them, that there are programs that could help them get from this very weak situation and to get a more how can we say that, a more sustainable situation, a more comfortable one, by joining the formal sector. I think that this is the role of the civil society, to bring those women from the informal to the formal by letting them know about all the governmental and other programs for women entrepreneurship. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador. Again, I think we're referred back to the systems approach and the importance of the ecosystem, where we hear the importance of civil society in that system. Dr. Sukia, because time is up, I'll go to you for our closing remarks, if you can sort of touch on why is the gender barrier still with us, and what is the one thing, most important thing you think, in your opinion, we need to overcome that?
Thanks very much. And I think, there was also a question about the intersection of race and gender, which in Canada we just have to address. The first thing is you have to name the problem if you're going to address it, and pretending that there isn't a problem, I think, is our biggest impediment. That's why, for me, research is power, because it really sheds light on the facts and the data. I think accountability is absolutely key. What gets measured gets done. And too often, at least in this country, there are organizations that get away with, nice statements and great ideas and rainbow posters. But if you actually look at their practices, they fall short. And today in one of our national newspapers, there was a full-page ad of one of the leading organizations that advances women in leadership. And it was a full-page ad of about 20 people. All of them were white. And to me, that sends really strong signals about who belongs and who doesn't, because if you can't see it, you can't be it. And so, I think, especially in a place like Toronto, it's critically important to recognize the importance of those issues. And I'll just give one quick example before I close. It made me some friends, but lots of not friends. So the federal government decided it would introduce legislation around diversity on boards to require, right now we have employment equity legislation in Canada which applies to federally regulated companies like banks, for instance. But those are only 5% of the companies in this country. 55% of corporations are federally registered. So the new legislation, Bill C-25, was going to apply to 55% of the companies in Canada and require that they report on representation on their boards and in leadership and their strategy to advance diversity. Laws aren't the only thing, but laws do make a difference. The problem was, when we looked at it, they defined diversity as gender, because a lot of the organizations that had been advocating for diversity in boards were powerful, professional organizations dominated by white women. So it wasn't that they were trying to exclude everyone else, it was just that their priority was gender. And we pulled together a number of organizations and people in the room, including Donna Walwyn, who was the head of the Canadian Association of Black Lawyers, for example, and others, to argue that in a country like Canada, where we've had employment equity legislation since 1986, which defines women, racialized minorities, Indigenous people, and persons with disabilities as the groups that we have to really be focused on when we're looking at advancing inclusion and equality. We argued that it was insufficient to allow the definition of diversity equals gender to stand. And we were successful in getting that change. It requires intentionality, it requires effort, and it requires a willingness to call people out when they are not practicing what they preach. And so I think, I will leave it at saying there are many people in the room who have been part of this, including Jean Augusty, who's really an icon for many, but there's still a lot of work that we have to do. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We are going to go into the third session before we go for lunch, and I'm going to invite the panelists for that third session. But what to take away from our session about the role of women in business in regards to developing an inclusive economy. There's three takeaways for me. We have to be deliberate, and that means we have to name the problem, we have to identify the statistics, and we have to be deliberately inclusive. Okay? So in order to do that, we have to engage the politicians and the men who are usually occupying the political space. And going into the next session, I'm going to invite. So the next session is strengthening collaborative partnerships in economic development. Mr. Boye Oyewumi, the Special Advisor to Odo Government of Nigeria. Can you please join us to the Mr. Ibrahim Mohammed from the Osuni Government of Nigeria. Please join us. Join us on the stage. the Honorable Faizo Hassan, the MPP, for the opposition government, official opposition government of Ontario. Please join us. And this panel is going to be moderated by Brian Crombie, the principal for the principal Crombie Capitals, who is going to be facilitating this conversation. After this conversation, we are going for lunch, so stay put, almost there.
Thank you very much. My name is Brian Crombie, and I have a slightly different point of view than was made during 2 sessions ago, which was talking about technology, and you can be anywhere to do business. I firmly believe you got to go where you're going to go to meet the people, and in the last presentation, we heard a little bit about social capital. Social capital, I think, is the key in creating business, and one of the things that I had the privilege of doing about 1.5 years ago was getting invited to go to Nigeria, to Lagos, to be a keynote speaker at a conference, and it was one of the most educational experiences I've ever had. Here's me presenting at that conference, Africa, the Future Continent, the continent of the future. And I want to open up this panel to sort of set the scene for some of my questions with a couple of economic statistics, if I could, to set the scene. Here's me presenting, and it was interesting, you were talking, Wendy, about diversity. It was after a 3-day conference I realized that I was the only non-black person in the room, and it was really kind of interesting for me from Canada, where that's obviously the vast majority of the time the opposite. But once you get to know people and you meet people and you interact with people and you're dancing with them and you're drinking with them and you're eating lunch with them, you forget what their color is. And that's one of the beautiful things about life, and that was one of the beautiful things in my trip to Lagos. And the other thing that I noticed was the diversity of economic opportunities, the stark contrast and paradox of intense poverty right beside the Porsche dealership and the gorgeous hotels. And that, I know you all know better than I, but I was frankly shocked and very surprised by it. So a couple of statistics. Interesting, the countries that are growing in Africa today are not the ones that are going to democracy, interesting enough, relative to the comment about China's strategy, and it's also not the resource ones relative to the people that keep talking about their oil and mining and other opportunities. It's the ones that are pursuing manufacturing. Those are the countries that are growing. $5.6 billion of potential growth in the next 10 years in manufacturing. On the right-hand side, it's going to double, according to most economic statistics. And it's going to be medium-sized and large companies. So yes, there needs to be an attention on small companies, but what Africa needs, because there's not one African country in the Fortune 500, what Africa needs to do is to develop some of those global leading companies. Technology is creating an opportunity to leapfrog. And you know this, and it's happened in China, it's happened in Asia, it's happened elsewhere in the world, where you get to leapfrog a technological opportunity, and you take a look, and Donald Trump actually said this best during the last election, I hate to admit it. He said, I just came from Shanghai and I landed in LaGuardia, and you have to ask yourself who has the better infrastructure. And if you've been in LaGuardia lately, or JFK, or Newark, you know that. And frankly, some of the developing world, and Africa is one of these, can have technology and infrastructure that is world-leading, with cellular phones that can do all the technological advances that we talked about earlier today. This is fascinating. You take a look at this. What this says is the resource countries, and I know I've met lots of people here from Nigeria today, resources is not where it is. Resources is important, but take a look at South Africa, but also take a look at Morocco. The countries that have got balanced growth, with resources, manufacturing, and global leading opportunities, are the countries that are growing the fastest. And so you can't just focus on the resources. You use the resources to fuel the manufacturing growth. 3/4 potential growth in manufacturing is not going to come from globalization. It's going to come from import substitution and inter-Africa trade. Import substitution is a huge opportunity. And you think about Canada. Canada started its manufacturing with import substitution. Tariff barriers to stop Americans from coming here, import substitution, the auto pack, etc. You take a look at the history of a lot of different economic development, it starts with import substitution. When I was in Lagos, I was surprised how often we went to a restaurant and we got butter and ketchup and other things that were shipped in from London, England, or somewhere else. Why weren't we eating local foods? Why weren't we consuming local products? And so import substitution. But take a look at this. Regional processing, food and beverages, autos, yes, cement and petroleum, but then apparel, footwear. That's the area that it's going to grow. Foreign manufacturers have market shares that are dominant in most of the sectors in Africa. Local manufacturing should be replacing them. Oh no, wrong button, sorry. And then this is interesting. Just take a look at the things above the line here if you could. Utilities and transportation, wholesale and retail, banking and insurance, food and agri-processing. These are the areas that I think African companies and us in Toronto that have connections back to Africa should be investing in, because import substitution and these manufacturing intensive opportunities are the places to grow. It's not reached its full potential, and that's where we can go. And you go to China, you go to India, that's how the development took place. And the other thing that's fascinating about Africa is going to be, within 10 or 15 years, one of the most urbanized continents in the world, with some of the largest cities in the world. Lagos has as many people in Lagos as Canada. Think about that. 130 million people in the whole country, but one city has as many people as Canada. And when you talk about social capital, when you've got that kind of intensive urbanization and networking opportunity and manufacturing opportunity, the opportunities to make money and have a positive impact are significant. And infrastructure. They are building an LRT down the middle of the highway that makes art. Who was the guy from Tridel I met earlier? You know, like, look at this. This is their building right down the middle of the highway. Why can't we do that down the 407? It's unbelievable. And then this, 1,000 acres of land being built in the ocean, built initially to protect the beach. But then they said, hey, why are we going to just protect the beach? Let's actually build a brand new development. And then where's Adi? Where's Adi? Adi gets the brilliant idea in the meeting. You know what we got to do? This is going to be one of the biggest developments of condos and apartments. I want to get the IKEA franchise for right at the edge of that. But you know what? That's brilliant. Think about the opportunities that are going to come from the people that are going to not only house and build the buildings, but are going to furnish those apartments. And it's 1,000 acres of land. But the most shocking thing to me is if you had gone to a lot of countries worldwide a generation ago, who would have been the countries that were, the companies in the countries building that? Would have been the Americans. Who's developing this? The Chinese. The people in Lagos and in most of Africa that are developing major infrastructure are not North American or European companies anymore. They're the Chinese. And so there's a huge opportunity for the major companies, Tridel and infrastructure companies to be developing. And take a look at, again, a 10-lane and a railway highway. Why can't we do this? But it's happening outside of Lagos. And it's interesting, one of the fascinating things, I met yesterday a gentleman, which one of you is from the oil producing that's in the Southwest? You're from the Southwest. The train system, if you take a look at the train systems in most of Africa, they go from resources to the ocean. They don't go between countries. So building highways and rails between countries to do interregional trade is one of the hugest opportunities, and again, that's infrastructure development opportunities. And it's a lot of fun. I took me to his favorite restaurant, we had this incredible chicken, it was a wonderful place, so I encourage all of you to find those people that know Nigeria or know Morocco or know the people in those local economies, partner up with them and try to create business, because that, I think, is the opportunity. Here we are doing a fascinating time talking about confidence and social capital, and that's my overview to start with today. Thank you very much. So maybe I could start with a couple of hard-hitting questions if I could. Canada and Ontario are not doing enough in regards to developing economically Africa. What can Canada, and particularly Ontario, because you're a member of the Ontario legislature, what can we be doing to develop the continent that so desperately needs our assistance and our economic investment and opportunity?
Thank you. Thank you for having me. I think that's a very good question. And I think what is lacking here, the history of Africa, is we have to understand also why Africa has not been developed for the past 50 years. It has been two things. Number one is the issue of interference of Africa continuously. Its independence, its freedom, and its existence as nations of equal partnership. That's number one. Second is also the lack of leadership in the continent of Africa that has not been really the grassroots, the people of Africa having leaders that represent them. What can we do here in Ontario is we can work with those a different way of doing business, because we've neglected Africa and now we have to treat them as equals. And here, that we can reach partnerships by starting bringing the African communities here. For instance, now there are already some sort of a positive experiences that we have here in Pearson, that the African airlines are coming here, bringing connection to the continent of Africa. Not only the Ethiopian Airlines is here, and I believe there are other Africans from South Africa, from Egypt, that bringing the diaspora communities and other interested partners to engage. I think you're right, it has to also start changing policy from the government of Canada and all provinces, not only our province. And also I would like to say that I'm so proud to also have a woman leader. The official opposition leader is a woman, Andrea Horvat. And our caucus is also consists 50% women, 50% men. And that's also something we are so proud of. Thank you.
Toronto has the reputation, I think the reality, of being one of the most diverse cities in the world. I do think we've got this massive opportunity to exploit that diversity, to make connections back to our home countries, use the diaspora to make those connections and investment. Ontario used to have a lot of support for that. Are there things that you, as an NDP government, if you took over government in the future, would be doing to support people from Toronto going back to their home countries and making investments and economic opportunities for all of us?
Definitely, I think an NDP government will make things much better. As you know, for the past 15 years, we have been neglected. Our trade has been really not really reaching in the continent of Africa. Definitely we'll do different, not only Africa, but much of the world, because trade, as you know, is an important component of our economy. And definitely we will need to engage in Africa because Africa is the future.
Thank you very much. Sir, we had a chat last night and you talked about mining, you talked about resources, you talked about getting foreign investment to come and exploit those opportunities. I just tried to make the argument that manufacturing is as important, if not more important. Do you agree with me, or do you still think resources are the key to your development?
Thank you very much. I remember my presentation yesterday. What I did say that our greatest resources are human resources, not what lies beneath the ground. So, and the human resource will give birth to manufacturing, so we're both in agreement. But I think in answer to your first question, what Canada needs to understand is how does the Black world see Canada? First thing, Canada has never dominated, neither colonized any part of the Black world. So we see you not as masters, but as potential partners. So I think once that realization comes in, then you understand the bedrock on which we can develop. So this is actually a cold country, but it has a very warm heart. It's that warmth that attracts us. Because Africans have many countries they can migrate to, but there's something about Canada that attracts them. There's a morality, there's a corporate governance, there's a warmth, and there are standards in which you operate. So it's like, we want you, but you're not sure why we do. I think I've answered the question.
So I found that actually it's interesting, and for others of you that are Canadian and not from Africa, it was interesting. If you went there, the initial reaction people had is, oh, well, you're from America, because I guess I looked like an American. And then I explained that, no, I was from Canada. I got a far warmer reception. And while people were interested in the money that was coming from China, I think there was a fair amount of opposition to the heavy-handed nature that the Chinese investors were providing. So my second question to you is if you were, like me, a Canadian business guy interested in investing in Africa, what would be your suggestions? Do we need to find a local partner? A buddy of mine in the back of the room is a Nigerian Canadian, so not in Africa for 10 or 20 years, but he was the gentleman that took me there. So do we find someone from Canada that knows Africa well, or do we just go over and do it ourselves? How does a Canadian best get invested in Nigeria?
Well, this is actually quite simple. The first time I came here, maybe just under 30 years ago, I needed a tour guide. So when you're going to Africa, you need an economic tour guide. You need a partner, because you don't know the nuances, the ways of doing business and stuff like that. So you need to maintain control, but you need a tour guide economically. So it's best to go into a place where somebody who understands the culture would guide you, hold your hands, walk you through the park. Once you get to economic maturity, then you can detach if you so decide to. But there are a lot of people in Africa who share your culture, who share your love for corporate governance, who would respect the rule of law. You just have to go, every industry has an association. That's something people need to understand. If you go through an association, most times the crème de la crème who are in those associations, they will find you the right partners. You don't shop for partners on the internet. That does not work because that's a faceless association. So Africa is right, Nigeria is right.
I can't agree more, and I got to tell you that when I went in the restaurant in the hotel, everyone was white or Chinese. But when Adi took me out into the neighborhood, he wouldn't take me to the markets, which I was really upset with because the markets looked like a heck of a lot of fun. But we went to some restaurants and bars where I met more local business people and had a greater time than I could ever imagine, and ate this fantastic chicken. It was spectacular. Sir, you're a representative of state government. We talked a little bit about what governments can do. What is your state government doing, and what should other state and national governments be doing to spur economic development in Africa?
Thank you very much. I just want to allude to what Boye said earlier on. Most countries are choosy as to who to deal with, and the reactions to different countries differ. For Canada, for some interesting reasons, like he said, there's this warmth that people look up to and they feel when they deal with Canadians, different from some other countries that I don't have to name. Now, for most of the state governments in Nigeria now, the southwest where I'm from, we have a regional partnership amongst all the southwesterners to find out common interests such that we can invest in infrastructure that supports and help common growth around that region. One of the interesting areas for my state, Osho, is technology, agriculture, and mining. For technology, we're investing a lot in innovation hubs around to be able to support the youth who are very much interested in technology to provide services for which they can benefit tremendously from. We're providing the platforms for outsourced jobs from places like here and some other parts of the world. A very recent and interesting thing that happened in Osho is there's a group of very young guys who are quite worried about the cost of drugs. If there's an importation of drugs from, when I mentioned the Chinedu, my people from Nigeria understand, they import quite a lot of drugs into Nigeria. Now, the chain of distribution from him, the major importer, to the regional distributor, to the reseller, by the time it gets in the hand of the actual guy that needs it, the cost rises so much. Now, this is young guys that studied and gave very, very empirical data about a particular drug, how much it entered Nigeria and how much it finally got to consume. So they built some web application that allows the local people within the state to, the local pharmacies within the state to centralize the purchasing system such that they can link directly with the importer. At the end of the day, drop the cost so much. By the time it gets to the consumer, it's actually very little. Now, our state government is supporting and encouraging youth to go into innovations as such, which is supported by technology. The second part is, some 20 years ago, the number of interconnected lines in Nigeria, telephony systems, less than 500,000. Today is about 152 million users of mobile phones in Nigeria. Internet penetration is hitting about 60%. So it's really growing. So there's a huge opportunity for mobile applications. In Nigeria today, we're about the usage of financial transactions online using mobile applications is so huge, and the penetration is getting more and more every day. So the governments in the Southwest, particularly Osho, investing heavily in supporting technology for youth, and we're looking at outsourcing similar opportunities from here. I lived and worked in the past in the UK, and I was working supporting databases remotely. I had some service level agreement with some banks, where in the ATM machines, when it goes down, my phone rings, And what does that mean? It means I have to remotely log into the database and restart, something as simple as that, and it comes back up. So I returned back to Nigeria, and using Citrix, I was able to remotely log into systems abroad, and I was fixing such solutions. Now, what we are looking at is providing such an environment, getting partnership from this part of the world to outsource similar jobs at a relatively cheaper means of delivering it. So the government in Southwest, or Osun particularly, is supporting such initiatives, for which we're looking at partnering a lot with Canada.
Excellent, and I apologize to my panelists. I've been asked to cut the panel short because lunch is outside waiting for us, but I'm going to ask you each last question if I could. If I gave you $5 million and said you had to invest it in Africa and recommend thereby what you're going to do to everyone in the audience, what company and what country would you invest it in and why? We'll start with you, sir. $5 million, where do you put it?
Well, from the last statement, I'm going to put it in technology and support the youth who have huge potentials in growing. $5 million simply we're going to support innovations in Nigeria and, of course, Osun State, or the whole South. Those people go as well, the entire South.
Pass it on. Where's the biggest opportunity for $5 million?
We believe very strongly that agriculture is the greatest employer of labor, but education will take you out of poverty. It's the best way to redistribute wealth. So I would have a split between education and agriculture, because it's teeming youths who need to be educated and a lot of people who need jobs. So that's how we spend $5 billion. It could just be a token, because we need a lot.
Well, I will put the $5 billion into education and put it into work-integrated learning, because young people need to learn before they start working to gain the experience of the fields of study, so they're prepared when these fields are there. And definitely $5 million is a small amount, but definitely I will invest in Somalia, the Horn of Africa.
Well, I think this has been a fascinating panel. I want you all to thank our panelists if you could. I've got two objectives for you during lunch. One of the secrets of these kinds of sessions is the networking opportunity, and so I'd like you each to have an objective of meeting 3 to 5 new people that you haven't met before, exchanging some business cards, and don't just grab the business card, figure out who they are, what business they're in, what they're doing. And if I could do a quick advertisement, Maggie Haveji, could you stand up please? She is sponsoring next Sunday a International Colors of Love concert with a performer from Nigeria that's coming to perform, as well as 4 other international performers, and her whole objective is to introduce everyone from all different diverse cultures to everyone else through the performing arts. And she thinks that the performing arts are the language of love. And so therefore, if you're interested in something to do with a Nigerian pop singer and a whole bunch of other people, chat with her during the lunch break. Thank you all very much. Lunch is served outside.
So we're going to have a couple of people who have already been here. You have already met Honorable Casey Madu. Okay, so Honorable Ekelodolu is already here, and Dr. Oyelado is going to lead this. The government of Alberta is not yet represented. They will join us when they come in.
Thank you very much. Henry, so good to be here again. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll make this as short as possible, short and sharp. That's what we will do this time. And Wendy's used to that. It's such a joy again to come and talk about economic development and how to fast track the process, particularly as it relates to Africa. By way of a summary, it would be helpful. I'm not going to do any introductions because you already met my panelists and at the fireside. However, I need to quickly share
that when this team at Women Entrepreneurship Knowledge Hub at the Diversity Institute at Rising University have been doing a lot of work, particularly as it relates to Africa, as it relates to the girl child, as it relates to women. And so this afternoon, the fireside will be twofold. We adopt a two-pronged approach, one to address the gender inclusive issue, the other one to address the economic development issue as it relates to Africa. And so I'm just going to ask a few questions, and then we'll open the floor for questions. Questions as it relates to Africa. One, because Boyoyo is from one of the provinces, the states in Nigeria. However, he speaks to the minds of Africans. He's well placed to address some of the issues. So keep your questions. We'll take about 4 questions after this session, very clearly, only 4. And so it's important to take notes and be ready. So Wendy, it's good to have you back here. Can you tell us a bit about your role at the Women Entrepreneurship Knowledge Hub, particularly as it relates to the girl child women development? And there's a follow-up question to that. But if you share those insights to start, then we'll come back to the other question. Your role at Women Entrepreneurship Knowledge Hub, the operations of that particular office, how you fit in, and the solutions that you provide to women entrepreneurs. If you could start with that, thank you.
Thanks so much for the question. And so the Women Entrepreneurship Knowledge Hub is really, I think it was motivated from the government's perspective by the recognition, as I mentioned earlier, that women's economic development and empowerment is key to the economy. And we know, for example, referring back to an earlier discussion, we know that if you look at small, medium enterprises in Canada, only 16% of them are headed by women. But if you look at self-employment, 30% of people who are self-employed are women. And what that signals to us is there's a lot of women entrepreneurs who are in more informal relationships with the economy, and there are opportunities to build that pipeline. So the government really wanted to single out women entrepreneurs. However, the other thing that we really recognize is that if all you do is say we're going to spend $2 billion on women, but you're spending $50 billion on your investments in research and development, through your business development bank, your export development systems, your global affairs programs, you're spending billions of dollars on things like superclusters in artificial intelligence and agriculture and so on, and you're not applying a diversity and inclusion lens to every dollar you're spending, you're missing a massive opportunity, because the $2 billion that we're saying, here's the girls' money, is just a fraction of our overall national investments in economic development. So I think one of the biggest things we're trying to do is really to apply a diversity and inclusion lens across the ecosystem. So not just focusing on empowering and supporting the organizations that explicitly say we're the Women Entrepreneurs Organization of Canada, or we're the Organization of Women in International Trade, but also to go to the banks and say, what are your processes? Why is it that women are less likely to be financed? Why is it that the term sheets that they're getting are often not as good? Why is it that people who are in industries like manufacturing and telecommunications are going to get better deals than those who are working in services? It means going to the universities and saying, why is it after 30 years of so-called effort, there are fewer women in computer science today than there were 30 years ago, marginally more women in engineering. What are you actually doing to increase the participation of women in technology? It means going to the incubators, and John McRitchie, the vice president of something or other at Ryerson, my colleague, was here earlier, he's responsible not just for the network of incubators at Ryerson, but for something called the Incubate Innovation Network of Canada, which is all of the university-based incubators across the country. And we know that those incubators have barriers to women and other groups. So if you really want, in my mind, to move this agenda forward, you can't just isolate a little piece of funding and say this is what we're giving to women or others. And this would apply for, when we look at barriers immigrants face, Indigenous people face, and so on. We have to look at our processes at every level and try to figure out where the barriers exist and how we can open things up, because that's the only way that you're really going to take advantage of the opportunities. So part of what we're trying to do is link together organizations across the country, because right now things are very, very fragmented. Someone may have a great idea in Toronto and their perfect partner may be in Vancouver, which is about 3,000 miles away, and we don't have good mechanisms for linking those up. So we want to reduce the fragmentation and really exploit the opportunities to strengthen those connections nationally, and then of course link into international opportunities as well. Does that make sense?
Absolutely. Absolutely. And there's a follow-up question to that. Some of the statistics that we've seen from your office and generally from the Catalyst allude to the fact that 65% of women generally, they actually make decisions. They're in domestic decisions, and they're in the workforce. About 65% actually dominate the workforce. However, when you talk about leadership positions, only 4% or 4.2% of women actually ever get to the top as CEOs and at that level. Now, of course, there are many reasons for that. A lot of them have been identified, tokenism, a lot of issues, the gender barrier issue, and so on. However, some of the reports that we recently read, particularly as it relates to women entrepreneurship, how women do business generally, what women are open to doing to make sure that they become successful. They become successful in the businesses that they do. Some of the reports allude to the fact that there is a particular level of incapacity in women. Now I'm a woman, and I believe I'm very capable. I think I am to a large extent, and I know a lot of women that are generally, we say that what men cannot do, women can do. I have a so I'm allowed to say a few things, all right? So we say, what a man can do, a woman can do even better. But then somebody actually said to me, why don't you just focus on what a woman can do and leave it at that? Because there are some things that men can never do, which women are known to do. So hone your skills in those regards and let us be, and focus on your area of competence and skills or whatever you were naturally built to do. Anyway, that's an aside. Now, coming back to that question, the question I'm trying to raise here. When you look at that incapacity issue for women, I don't know your position on that. I would like to know. That's one part of it. Social capital issues have been alluded to as major gaps that women have. The fact that they don't have access to mentors, and that even when they have access to mentors, it's usually very difficult for women to maintain their mentors because, particularly if they are male mentors, that's a major issue. Sometimes, if they are female mentors, the bickering catfight issue also comes up, and so women are not supportive of themselves. Now, would you say that these statistics that we begin to read, that 65% of women, although occupy the workforce, will never get to the top positions? That's one part. Would you say that is correct? Second, the statistics also says that women-owned businesses are most likely going to fail in their third year, and that they are not known from statistics. They are not known to that startups. Those are startups, not established businesses, and that usually they would, fail in their third year. Now, the catalyst alludes to that. What's your position on that, based on your experience, based on the women-owned businesses that you have funded so far, and the women you mentored? Could you share some insights? Thank you.
Sure. So I think there's a lot in the questions you were asking. I think that one of the fundamental barriers that women face both as entrepreneurs and as leaders are the stereotypes that tend to associate entrepreneurship with A men and B tech. So usually in a room like this, with Canadians, if you said name 3 entrepreneurs, they'd say Mark Zuckerberg, Elon Musk, Bill Gates, right? They wouldn't say Oprah Winfrey. They wouldn't say Kylie Jenner. Kylie Jenner, I don't like her much, but she's a billionaire at the age of 20. She used a Canadian company, Shopify, to sell her stuff, and yet people don't think of her when they think entrepreneur. So I think one of the first things that is really embedded in our culture here is the think manager, think man, think entrepreneur, think man, and we have to really start to celebrate more examples of women in leadership. And it's interesting because this intersects with some of the things that Jean Augustine, for example, has been involved with in pioneering the representation of women, and particularly Black women in leadership roles. If you can't see it, you can't be it. And some of you come from countries, I think, or know about countries in Africa, where there's been a very long tradition of women in leadership roles, where issues around gender were actually baked into the Constitution before they were in Canada. And so the culture in which you work and live has a profound impact on where you see the opportunities. There was just a study that was released by Plan International that asked young girls what important qualities were in leaders. And they said things like strength, confidence, determination. And when they were asked, do you have strength, confidence, determination? They said no. When they were asked, are those characteristics associated with women? They said no. People in North America know what happened to Hillary Clinton, right? While on the one hand we say leaders have to be strong, we often don't like it when women exhibit strength. So there's a real paradox where the stereotypes of what it takes to be a leader or what it takes to be an entrepreneur are completely different than the traditional stereotypes. What it means to be a girl, and that creates a huge problem that is really baked into our culture in North America, and I think in other countries, and recognizing that that's baked into the culture and those stereotypes have a profound impact on who gets to move up in the organization, the kinds of characteristics that are rewarded in men versus women and so on, I think is profoundly important. And just coming back to what you asked at the outset, I mean, at the Diversity Institute, we're really only interested in research insofar as it helps inform action. And the evidence is very, very clear. These things are not in our heads, right? We can show you the evidence that really reinforces the way in which stereotypes influence decisions. And it's not just stereotypes of women, it's stereotypes of racialized people, it's stereotypes of Muslims, it's stereotypes of many different segments of the population that present barriers that are not obvious. And then you layer into that, in Canada at least, there's a very strong relationship between socioeconomic status and some of these other issues. So the people in power, the people making decisions, are typically white men, and that just reinforces a lot of these problems. I am not someone, partly because on any of the scores, I'm more like a Japanese man than I am like just about anyone else. I'm not a big believer in what I would call essentialism, where people say women are like this, they're always friendly and warm and like your mom, and men are like this, right? I'm someone who really thinks that those stereotypes are stereotypes, and while some women may choose to focus on their parental role and they may choose to do certain things, I ain't one of those women, and so the notion that that's what a woman is supposed to be really grates on me.
Thank you so much, Wendy. Thank you. I'm going to ask Boye to share some insights on that, particularly from the public, from the public sector perspective. How is this issue being addressed, the gender barrier issue, the inclusion part of it, before we talk about the economic development? After all, it was the day of International Day of the Girl Child, yesterday or the day before, yeah. So talk about it. Let us know what you think.
Thank you very much. It's always a pleasure to be up here, second year running. Well, I'll give you my own experience. I've been an employer of labor for at least 30 years now. And what I find is that, one, entrepreneurship is a calling. It's not a gender-specific task. So people have to understand that. And I also find that there are not enough mentors for women. Women, when they get into position, don't put other women in position to take over from them. I remember an experience. I went to Shell or Chevron, or both of them, and I was talking to some of the engineers trying to pitch my products then, back in the days, and it was very clear. I said, oh, how did you get this far? Oh, XYZ asked me to come and see you, was my mentor. He mentored me so that I could take over from him. I had that repeatedly in the oil and gas sector and also in the banking. But if a woman got to the point of an executive director, MD, or whatever, they would groom a man to take over. That is a fact. So that is where there's a problem there, where women do not mentor themselves to take over. Men would consciously recruit people either on ethnicity, on their religion, on their biases, or whatever, but they will recruit them into positions so that the gaps are filled by men. But women don't have an employment drive for fellow women. That's my experience, what I've seen so far. Churches, like politics, are built on the wings of women. But then women don't exploit their basis. Because in Nigeria, for example, we've had female presidential candidates scoring maybe 10,000 votes. And the women line up and go and vote almost 100 million for somebody else. You understand? Someone who's grossly incompetent, both in content and in look. So, so those for me are the issues, because when men understand that they kind of exploit their basis to the exclusion of others. You have to be selfish about your destiny and your ambitions. You can't be the mobilizer for the politicians or be the mobilizer for a church or an organization or a foundation. And then when it comes to the top jobs, you are there holding up everybody else. So that's been my experience so far with women, because women are actually quite talented and multitasking. There's also the issue of the girl child. In developing countries, most of the women, the girl child, they are not educated. So what that means, that country or that society is coming 50-60% of its potential is already wasted. So we can't compete internationally when 60%, which is the demographics between male and female, are not educated. And even if they're educated to secondary school level to be married off. So there are issues, there are demographic issues in different societies. But the critical part of it is that because for a girl child to be married off, there's a mom in the house who has allowed it happen. So my time is up. I hope I've made some points.
Thank you very much. Well, you know, because we still have 2 more questions. So I'm not doing that by fiat, but I'm just going to ask that you allow us 2 more questions for each of them. One. Just 1 more to go. We'll do that in a few minutes. Thank you very much. All right. So I'm going to come back to you now, Boye. Why do you think it's important for investors? You know, we've been talking about Africa, economic development, the Friends of Africa, a lot of opportunities in Africa, so much to do. In fact, there are a lot of presentations at the B2B sessions, which I am encouraging each one of you to take part in. When you get to see some of these presentations, you'll be amazed at the huge opportunities that some of the states have for investments. And so the question then is, why do you think it's important for potential investors to visit these countries that they're looking to invest in, rather than hold meetings, or after holding several meetings, then they make some visits to the country where they're looking to invest in as a next step?
Well, that's a very good question, and thank you for asking it. It's very straightforward. When you want to invest, you have to go to the destination of your potential investment site. Because if you deal with the myth, you will never find the reality. And what does it take? 6 to 10 hours. Go there, you understand. I still have friends who think that in Africa we have monkeys with human beings. You understand? We have smart cities, we have issues, but at the end of, let me give you an example. High risk, high return, straightforward economics. Treasury bills in Nigeria are 13–14%. You don't have any investment here that can give you that. Those are treasury bills, no risk, completely de-risked. Government treasury bills, 13–14%. A lot of corporations are in Nigeria or in Africa. Africa may be 10% of their turnover, but 30–40% of their profit. They are not going to come back and exhibit that or shout about that, because if you find it so nice, you just keep quiet about it, because you don't want competition. Most times when we're going back home, a third of the flight, or probably half of it, is foreigners. What are they coming there to do? And Africa is not really a tourism site. It's because of the opportunities that reside there. So you have to go there and come back. And you find out that a lot of Nigerians and other Africans here, millions of us who are looking for opportunities also to link up with potential investors. So it's not what it looks like. And the media would always focus, even when America has been reported, they go to the things happening in Chicago, they will focus on that, but they will not focus on the positive sides. But what is important for you is what you are looking for. If you're looking for human resources, we have it. If you're looking for minerals, we have it. The opportunities are legion. I don't see, they say Africa is a dark continent. I think that is only by complexion. The opportunities are wide. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much for that. Thank you very much for that. And so the final question is still for you, and that question is, how do you, well, yes, you built some partnerships over the years. How are you able to sustain, how do you convince some of the investors, the potential investors that we're speaking to, that you plan to speak to, that will be looking for these opportunities, that the risks that they keep hearing about in Africa can be mitigated easily? It's not as difficult as it looks. What do you think? How do you think we must convince them? Because there's a need to convince people about the risks, because that's all they hear about, the risks, the risks, the risks. Please tell us a little about that.
Well, the best way to de-risk any African country is to ask those who are doing business there. The Chevrons, the Mobil, the Texacos, the Kellogg's and stuff, they're expanding. Yet they're telling the stories that it's not safe. So why are they expanding? Even when the expatriates who are the management or the crème de la crème, the top echelons of those companies, some of them, when they are to be posted out, decide to stay and set up businesses. That is the truth. So, because if you keep talking about the risk, but of the profit, you have to balance both sides. Increasingly in Africa, the respect for the rule of law has gained ground. The ease of doing business, we're very high in the ranking now. We're talking about Nigeria and many other countries. Nigeria is not even leading in that, right? We're talking of Rwanda, we're talking of Ghana, and talking of Kenya. There are many economies that are sound, that all it takes is for you to just go and explore. Because the doors to opportunity in Africa is closing. That is a fact. Many years ago, you have interest rates or returns on investment 30–40%. It's now down to like 20%. In the next decade or two, it'll be down to maybe single digits. Because you have to take the opportunity while it exists. Because the more industrialized we become, the more regulated we are, we then begin to have a semblance of a Western society. So that means you cannot make mega bucks for doing very little. So the opportunities are there, and the people who are willing, we have a lot of Chinese influx, but unfortunately, we don't have affinity. We don't have the same language, we don't have the same culture. We think they're exploitative and being serious, but we would rather have Westerners who we have sort of a relationship with and we relate with much easier. We don't have a Chinese, Nigerian, or Africans going to China to live. It's not an option. Not because there's no money to be made there, but there's just no natural affinity. But in terms of the Western world, there is.
Thank you very much. Wendy would like to share a few comments.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I mean, I think the fact that, as I said, 5 of the fastest growing economies in the world are in Africa. The new free trade agreement within Africa creates huge opportunities across the whole continent. And just to pick up on your comment about the gap between the perceptions and the reality around safety and the rule of law, I can tell you, because I know the data intimately, that most African countries are safer in terms of physical safety than the United States of America.
Well, I must say that Wendy is a great believer in Africa. I think she just has this color and you see, I say that with all sense of responsibility. I think most of the meetings I've attended in this city on Africa, development of Africa, collaboration within the African community and all of those have been facilitated by Wendy Sukia. That's the truth, and that's why she keeps coming back to Friends of Africa. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the end of this panel. I'm just going to quickly wrap up by saying that it will be helpful, I think, for most of us to meet up at the B2B sessions because there's a lot of information to share. We have the Moroccan, Canadian Chamber of Commerce right here with their team and board members. And I know that I just saw Nadine Spencer, I'm not sure if she's still here. But Nadine is the president of Black Business Professional Association of Canada. I think she just arrived during lunch. And so we also have the African Chamber of Commerce, African Canadian Chamber of Commerce. So there are a lot of commerce groups. We have a lot of CEOs and businesses around. And the meetings would hold on the other side, that's the annex room. I'm sure Harry will provide more details. Thank you very much, my panelists. Thank you for coming.
Thank you. Another round of applause. Personally, what I have taken away from the fireside chat, are we fine? Okay, so I think what I have taken away as a neat video from the fireside chat, apart from not seeing the fire, physical fire, I have seen the fire in a couple of different ways. The most important quote that I've taken out of this session is that if you cannot see it, you cannot become it, you cannot be it. And that was from Dr. Wendy. I don't know if it's her quote, but I'm gonna reference her when I'm on social media. And I think we need to think about the paradox of women leadership. I think that's a book theme. So think about writing a book, the paradox of women leadership, in reference to what she talked about Hillary Clinton and other leaders. But that's the United States. As far as the agenda right now, we are going to break up. So we are going to break out sessions, and we are going to have the pitch session right in this auditorium, and you're going to have the entrepreneur exchange in the outside. So the pitch session is going to be led by Dino Onyenokwe. And we have judges for that. Professor Wendy is part of the judges. Laura Renis from the PMO, the director for PMO for Women, is part of that. Eric Brook is also part of that. and Ade Ajimbola, who is the Senior Executive Lead for BCD, or BDC Canada. BDC Canada. So the entrepreneur exchange session is going to be moderated by Imanzi Chiitare, the strategic advisor to ESDC, Government of Canada, and FOA committee lead. So one of the members who has helped organize this beautiful and engaging summit is going to be moderating that. One of the panelists on that is Amani Mbondo, who is the marketing consultant and founder, B4B. Michael Manirakiza, who is the COO and co-founder of Lendify. So you have been encouraged to attend both of these sessions and engage with them. Ask the questions that are itching. What do you want to know? Why do you want to know them? Where do you want to go from here? Try to find out as much information as you need. And think about the keynote speech that the founder of FOA and Casa Foundation mentioned when she was talking about, when she was opening up this summit. So we need to think about the fact that charity begins at home. We are the home when you're talking about Africa, when you're talking about acceleration of digital growth. We need to think about inclusivity. We need to think about the fact that how do we define success? So for us, apparently, it is making an impact in the lives of people. So which impact are you making on the lives of people? As someone who is here, who is accessing this information, how are you going to use that information to impact the people around you? Also knowing that we must know the statistics if we are going to change anything, because they're important. Data has come up as a theme in these conversations. So understanding data and understanding how to identify good data from bad data. Also, you have to remember that in order to effect any change, you have to have the ability, the agility, and the willingness to act. But most importantly, you have to have the hope that it will get done if you act. So the ball is in your hands as we go out into those sessions, as you stay here to hear the pitches, understand that the ball is in your hands. And before I send you into those sessions, I'm going to invite the doctor to wrapping up, and thank you for coming to the summit. Because I don't know if you're going to come back in the room.
You're right, absolutely. Ladies and gentlemen, it's such a joy and a pleasure and a honor, if I might say, to have you all here with us for this past few hours. Is correct, absolutely, because I don't see how I'm going to bring everybody back into the room after we've gone through after we break out, into the various sessions. And so it's important that we wrap up now and then allow everybody to go into their sessions, and then from there, we know that we're done for the day. So permit me to say thank you to all of you in this room, not only for coming for Friends of Africa 2019, the 9th edition. We're so elated and we're excited that you sat through on a Thanksgiving holiday, because it's Thanksgiving holiday in Canada this weekend. Let me thank you, first, the delegates from Ghana that took their time, because coming all the way from Ghana is very important to us. It touches us deeply because there must be something about it. I do recall asking what exactly, although it didn't sound like a businesswoman, you know what I mean, or somebody promoting some sort of business. But when those guys indicated that they were coming in, And they said they would like to hear from another perspective, see from another perspective, and then of course get to meet a lot of people. And so that's what has happened here today, from Ghana, from Cameroon, from Ethiopia, the young man that introduced himself from Ethiopia. That's so elating, that's exciting for us. And if you recall in the speech, my opening remarks, I've mentioned that the reason we continue to do this on a year-on-year basis, the Friends of Africa, is because you keep coming back into the room and you are willing to sit with us, to deliberate about the issues affecting Africa, things that will fast-track the progress of Africa, the economic development of Africa, and define new initiatives, get new ideas, that will move us forward. And so that's very important to us to have you in this room with us today. I want to especially thank Mr. Joseph Bay, and we keep mentioning his name, one, because he started with us at Friends of Africa 2011. That was the first Friends of Africa Summit. And he's still here with us today. He doesn't miss it, and he keeps coming back. And so I'm just going to especially thank him for doing that. Thank you. And for all our delegates from Ondo State, we have the 5-man cabinet members, about five people also from Ondo, and then from Osun, representing the governor of Osun. I want to thank you so much for coming, Mr. Adeyoju Binoyo. I want to thank you, Mr. Boye Oyewumi, a friend of the house. That's the second year coming. And Femi Akara Kiri. Yes, thank you so much for coming, a special advisor to the governor. For Professor Wendy Sukia, what can I say? Wendy has become not just a friend, but somebody that also supports the initiative, the African Developmental Initiative. The African narrative, that story, is being told across Toronto, the GTA. One, because Wendy has decided to key into that. And I do recall her organizing meetings specifically with other Black leaders in the community and inviting me over because she said to me, you guys need to come together and push this agenda. You need to talk about this. You need to push it. And I would say thank you to you, Wendy, for doing that, for spearheading it, and for making it happen. And to Donna Wongwen, who was a part of that meeting, and Patience Adamu, who I see somewhere, Dr. Patience Adamu again. So thank you so much for that initiative. And to the Rising team, thank you so much for coming. Honorable Faisal Hassan, well, he always reminds me I'm in the official opposition. I guess where I am from originally, that's Nigeria. We don't emphasize, I'm not a politician, so I don't know how they emphasize that. But every time you introduce him, I say, oh, we're going to, so what are we going to be talking about? Economic development of Africa, and how the gains and benefits of economic development of Canada can be replicated in Africa. I say, Olu, I am not able to speak on that. I'm in the official opposition. So I'm wondering, what's the difference? He said, I don't speak for their government. I speak for what we do. So I really didn't understand it because I'm not a politician, So thank you so much for coming, and thank you for speaking to the minds of the people. Because Brian asked you those specific questions that I thought he wouldn't, and you did very well. Thank you so much for coming. Thank you. For all the other speakers, Brian Crombie, Eric, Brock, Laura Reynolds, all senior executives and C-suites of the banks in Canada, I thank you for your time. And the fact that you're going to be sitting in again on the pitch, it shows that you're very interested in the development of entrepreneurs in Canada. Because not only have you spent the whole day with us, you're still going to be sitting with us at the pitch in the next 2 hours. Thank you so much. We really appreciate your gesture. For all our friends of Africa, the various friends of Africa, from the various organizations, professional, community, Faisal Abdul, Faisal, Metuoli, all of you, you played a major role in this, in bringing your community members to join the Friends of Africa. We really appreciate you for it. Thank you. Obviously, I cannot thank everybody, but you know that you are so dear to us, from the Chamber of Commerce members in the various categories and capacities here, and particularly the Excellency, Her Excellency, Madam Suriya Ottomani, the representative of the King of Morocco, and the ambassador of Morocco to Canada. It's such a joy to have you travel all the way from Ottawa to join us here. We thank you so much for sitting in with us, and the fact that you're also still going to be at the B2B sessions. We thank you for that. We don't take it lightly. Thank you so much for coming. And for my friend, Francis Morenzi, thank you. Thank you for coming, flying me from Quebec. I thank you so much. You've been with us since yesterday. I know Honorable Hakam has left, and I know that you became interested in Friends of Africa because it relates to your investments in West Africa. Thank you for coming, but I will encourage you to engage effectively and extensively with all the business people in this room, because they do business in West Africa, and they're represented in 54 countries of the world. Mabi Canada, that's the name of the company. You need to get to meet them to find out what they're doing. And for Gian Del Zotto, I think Gian, yes, Gian. Thank you for hosting us yesterday. I mentioned during my speech that we took a tour of the well. That's a $3 billion project. Spadina on the road there. It's a $3 billion project. It's a 5-story building, the biggest in Canada right now. And we did that yesterday. And Gian and his team, they've been with us, came with us, stayed with us, and he's been here with us all day. Thank you so much for staying with us. All our priests and ministers of the gospel in the house, we cannot quantify what you do for us, but we know God sees. And He alone is the only one that's able to reward. From Pastor Jacomi to all the ministers of God, and the ones that I can see. I'm not so sure who's here anymore, but I want to thank you for coming. And all the non-governmental organizations, from the United Nations Women, to all of the chambers of commerce and all of those, thank you. Thank you so much. Neil, thank you. Neil Weeks, thank you. I really appreciate it. So now I'm just going to let you be before I go on and on, because there's no end to it. But do know that we totally trust that when next we call you, you're going to answer us, and we will be so elated and excited. I can't complete that speech without mentioning Honorable Jean Augustine, Mama. Thank you so much. Yeah. She's been with us since yesterday, all the way at the center and here again the whole day. Thank you so much for taking the time to stay with us. I really appreciate all of you, and if I miss anyone else, I know you will value. Thank you. Thank you so much. Have a wonderful day.
Yes, thank you, thank you, thank you. Feel free to clap for yourselves for being here. So a round of applause to you all. So a round of applause to you. Yes. Thank you so much for coming.
Opportunity to present your idea for 5 minutes on the stage. Afterwards, the judges as well will have 5 minutes to give them feedback. And then if we finish earlier than 5 minutes, we'll just move on to the next presenter. And after everyone is presented, if anyone in the crowd has any questions, please write them down, and we'll give you an opportunity to direct your questions to the presenters as well. So just, I think we've already gone over, have we gone over the names of the presenters? All right, so just to introduce you to the people we're having presenting today, we have Judith Ofuluwe. Sorry if I mispronounced that. So she's going to be presenting on her business idea called Lekker Hospitality. The second person who will be going up is Amir Abdallah, and he's going to be speaking about his idea, which is coffee latte. Third person up would be Kelly Ronson, who's going to be speaking about her business idea, Max International. The fourth person will be Bob Shilingi, who has a business idea called Totally African. The fifth person up would be Stephen Ayeni, who has a business idea called Africart Pitch. And then last but not the least would be Nancy Banyong, who's running a little late. So depending on if she gets here on time, she would also have an opportunity to present. And each of the contestants are going to be judged on a scorecard. And I'll just go over the criteria very quickly. So essentially, we're going to be judging them on how they have their elevator pitch, so how concise and persuasive is the presenter's idea. They're going to tell the organizational story as well, so how well do they illustrate their journey and current state? So milestones, testimonials, stuff that can highlight their journey. Understanding of their market and industry, so how well can they illustrate knowledge of their target markets, their competitors, and their partners. Also, how well they can illustrate the issue that they're trying to deal with, how well their product matches and solves those problems as well. We're also going to be judging them based on their growth strategy and clear plans. So how actionable are their plans, and what is how well do they define their ask? How well are they able to represent what their aim is with the whole presentation? Last but not the least would be overall feel. So we give each judge an opportunity to kind of just give a blank assessment based on how they feel personally. Each of these presenters would be graded on a scale of 1 to 5. And just to reiterate again, each presenter has 5 minutes. At the 2-minute 30-second mark, you'll be seeing Flavio here giving you a sign. At the 4-minute mark as well, you'll have another sign. And then at the 5-minute mark, it's going to be a hard cutoff just because we want to be very cognizant of time. And as well, for the judges, when we're going through the feedback process as well, we'll also have the time just so that we know we're within the time frame that we need. So without any further ado, I will call up the person who's first. So Judith, who's going to be presenting on Lecker Hospitality.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to be here today. I'm going to be talking about Lecker Hospitality. This is an idea I conceived pretty much about close to like 5 years ago, but sort of came into fruition quite in the last couple of years. What is Lecker? Lecker is a South African slang, it's a word that defines excellence. Lecker Hospitality is a registered hospitality and event management company. We're registered with Canada Revenue Agency. We're focused on improving travel experience for visitors and also planning luxurious events for our clients. Take for instance, you have visitors who come into Canada. They have no idea, they don't even know where they're going. What we do is we engage with them before they come. We find out precisely when they're going to come in, when they will be leaving, how many people are coming in with them. What we do is we plan ahead, help them to provide a place where they're going to be staying. Some people don't like to stay in hotels, some people like to stay in homes. We give them that luxury of staying in a home. We provide them opportunities to visit places. We also provide them opportunities to also meet different people. We give them things they would enjoy back home. Like for example, depending on what they want, we give them pick them up from the airport. We drive them to where they're going to stay. Imagine, for example, a family of 6 coming into Canada. You come into a house that is well planned, food laid out, everything ready for you to go. You have your itinerary, you know where you're going, you know where you're going to be visiting. We sort of take the burden off your shoulder. We help you plan. We help you make plans where you're going. So our goal, therefore, is to retain and also attract visitors to Canada as clients. With extensive effort, we intend to expand our client base brand by creating a platform where government officials from various countries as well book and attend conferences, and we cater to them as well. This initiative promises to contribute also to both the Canadian tourism industry as well as Nigerian industry. We have people coming in from different areas, using Nigeria as a case study. By attracting visitors, we contribute to the Canadian tourism industry. We also sort of create job opportunities within Canada. For example, the individuals who are going to be picking them up, we pay them. The car rentals, we pay them. The individuals who are going to be in the house, like personal chefs and all that, we also pay them. I would like you at this point, if you don't mind, to go to Lecker Hospitality website. This is Lecker Hospitality website. If you click on make a reservation, for example, and then you click it, check-in, select a date on the check-in, for example. Pick 17th, for example, and then go to your checkout. And then pick maybe the 31st. And then go to, select like 5. And then click on search. So this gives you, for example, a type of accommodation we provide. It could be a condo, it could be a semi-detached, it could be a detached house. Scroll a little bit. Now, these are the services we offer you. We can offer you like a butler/chef services, grocery pickup, airport pickup, chaperone service, someone to, like a tour guide, take you around, housekeeping services. And keep in mind, all of our staffs are bonded, and we do have insurance for them. My business also has insurance, and like I mentioned earlier on, we're registered with the Canada Revenue and Agency. Thank you.
So thank you for that, Judith. Before we go into the feedback from the judges, I actually forgot to list the prizes that each of the participants will be getting. So just to give you an idea, the person with the highest score would be getting 1 month of free office space within Entrepreneurs Point, which is a co-share work center that's affiliated with Casa Foundation. The top 3 presenters would be getting 1 month of free membership and mentorship at that same center. And then all the participants here today will have an opportunity to get some loan application support from Access Canada. And this is towards applying for loans at Ryerson's DMZ. So without further ado, I'll pass it over to Wendy to get the judges to give some feedback.
Thanks so much for your pitch. And someone who travels a lot, I can see how it would be really advantageous for people who don't know the Canadian market to have the kind of service that you're talking about. And I really like the fact that you actually tried to give people a quick tour of the website. If I were going to give you feedback, I think I would try to get you to be more precise. So when you started, you said, I'm going to tell you about an idea that's been underway for 5 years but only developed in the last year. To me, that took a number of seconds. You only have 5 minutes. So every single word that you say has to be very focused on what your key messages are. And so I think you should have just dove right in and said, Leka, is South African for whatever. Our service is going to do this for these kinds of people. Let me show you the service. Let me tell you what our business plan is, because you kind of glossed over what the business model is, how you actually make money, and how you're going to grow. And depending on who you're pitching to, but if you're pitching to someone to get a prize or to get an investment or to get a partner, they want to know the bottom line. How much money are you going to make? Why is this a good business opportunity? And so on. So it's striking a balance to me between communicating the benefits of the service and why we would all go, yeah, that looks great, we buy that. But also thinking about what investors are going to be looking for and your actual business case. But congratulations, thanks a lot.
Thanks. I just add to that. I think there was a slide on the financials, and you didn't get to that, so that's hard to know. But again, I think what you've got sounds amazing. You've got all these value-added services that were really engaging, but the focus wasn't on that. It was let me tell you the story, and I think what you've got is something really differential. Where are you going to get grocery service quick, sightseeing, and all these other things all together, and focusing on that is great.
I would agree with the previous two judges. But the minute you went over the, clicked right off of the growth forecast without going into it, I honestly, as a banker, lost interest in it. If you were to take some of the information that you went through on your website, rather than taking us through the website, you could create a slide that actually had like basically pictures of what you offer, just to be succinct about it. But overall, I think it's a great service. I was looking for something similar to this in Greece, and it was hard to find. So I think that there is a market for it.
Thank you very much, Judith. So up next, we would have Amir Abdullah. And I'll just ask the judges to just keep your scorecards. After everyone presents, I'll come and grab them, and then we'll make the tallies if that works. So up next, again, we have Amir Abdullah, who's going to be presenting on coffee latte.
All right. Good afternoon. How's everyone doing? Good. I think you guys need extra coffee, I think. I feel like I'm the right person for this. So let me tell you, so today I want to tell everyone here about how our company is looking to disrupt the supply chain of coffee and what we mean by save our coffee. Before I get into that though, I want to tell you a little bit about Coffee Canada. Coffee is the #1 choice of beverage for adults between the age of 18 to 79 who say that 72% of them say that they drank coffee yesterday. The coffee industry in Canada is about $6.2 billion, and it employs about 160,000 people in cafes and from coast to coast. Now, what does that mean when you look at it from an overall standpoint? Coffee farmers are experiencing a historical commodity price bump that is driving many farmers out of business. Now, you might be asking, why is that happening? Whereas your cup of coffee, the price is not decreasing. The reason for that is coffee, just like oil, is a commodity and is traded on the stock exchange. So when big firms such as Starbucks or Tim Hortons, they make large orders, they own the stock market and they hedge it. And pretty much when big corporations and big multinational corporations and brands, they want to buy their inventory for coffee, they're using this to gauge. And as you can see, that is not a sexy slide. Coffee prices are decreasing, and right now, it's about in the mid-90s, so about 90 cents per pound, and it's projected for 2020 to be in the 80s. For a lot of farmers, that is devastating. Whereas for many farmers, they say they need about $1.80 to $2 to be operational, to be profitable, to be sustainable, to continue. Now, we saw that's what they get for the raw commodity. But if you really break it down to the finished product, which is farmers are only going to be paid 1 cent per cup for their cup of coffee. Now again, if you were to go back, if you grab a cup of coffee this morning, you got your $5 Americano at the coffee shop, why is this happening? Why is there this large gap where you're paying $5 for your cup of coffee, but the farmer is only getting 1 cent? And the reason for that is that the supply chain process is broken. And that is what our company is trying to fix. I am mainly focusing on Ethiopian coffee. Ethiopian coffee is the coveted and the premium coffee for a lot of specialty coffee shops and brands. So in Ethiopia, the farmer has to sell to the exchange. There's usually another person in between that sells it to the exporter. And then the big wholesalers that are worth multi-billion dollars and hundreds of millions of dollars, they buy, they import, and then they get to sell to companies such as Starbucks or Tim Hortons, because those companies will never integrate to the level into the supply chain because it's too risky for them. They just want to focus on delivering the end product to the consumer. What our company is trying to do is eliminate that process. We're working directly with farmers. We have great relationships with them, and we're connecting them to roasters. So that way, the farmers get more money for their coffee, and then also the roasters are able to tell better stories to their customers. It's greater transparency. It's more authentic stories that they can tell to their consumers for each coffee shop. And a little bit about our operation. This year we got our first shipment in by end of July, August. We've had about 2 months of operation. We've had about $25,000 of sales. One of our biggest clients is the biggest private label company in Canada, and that's Mother Parkers, and they're willing to work with us. But the problem is they need scale. So I can't be offering them a micro lot of 50, 60 bags. They need to be doing 20, 30 containers of coffee. So what I'm asking here is for people it's actually two things. First is access to your social capital. It's to networks of how to better approach these organizations and also for the financial institutions. Our biggest.
Okay, that's time. So thank you for the presentation, Amir. Sorry to cut you, but just to be fair, so I'm just going to give it to the judges now. I'll start from this side this time.
Thank you, Amir. I think that you have a great concept. I was interested. I would have, again, liked to have seen the projected growth. I think that overall feedback for all of the people pitching is to make sure that you're really concise in your lead-in and in the explaining who your customer segment and so on is, and give us a little bit more on what your numbers are so that we have a better understanding on the long-term success.
I agree. I think you did well on the ask at the end there. We have ran out of time. Yeah. So time management is good. But in terms of what the problem is and understanding the market, you nailed both those two. But you spend a lot of time on those versus here's my solution, here's where we're going, and this is why the business is going to be a huge success. I think you've got something.
Yeah, I would. I thought you had a good presentation style and a sophisticated sort of messaging. I guess for me, and I'm totally engaged with the UN Sustainable Development Goals and corporate social responsibility and so on. But you spend a lot of time about the predicament of farmers, and for the average investor, so sad, too bad, but you don't link that. Like, I think framing it in terms of increasingly consumers care about things like fair price and corporate social responsibility. That point is an important one, but I do think that you need to tie it back much more quickly to why this is a good business and where the money is in the business. And I think you did just run out of time, but even the approach about just focusing on the plight of farmers and what's happening, the commodification of coffee, pricing, and so on, if you think about it from a business perspective, those aren't necessarily drivers unless you link it back to consumers and how this is going to help someone make money as well as doing good, if that makes sense.
All right, thank you again, Amir.
Thank you.
So up next we have Kelly Ronson, and she's going to be speaking about her idea at Max International.
Hey, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Kelly Ronson. I am partnered with Max International. We are the glutathione company because we're the leading company in glutathione research worldwide. And I'm here today to ask for business partners that are interested in better health as well as earning a global residual income. And what I'm going to cover is the health aspect of it, the brilliant scientists behind it, the reason why it's so important, the technology and the business opportunity. So here are leading medical researchers, the late Robert Keller and Herbert Nagasawa Herbert Nagasawa is known for 2 lifetime achievements. One is a 3-minute antidote to cyanide poisoning, the invention of chemical warfare, as well as the technology that you're going to see today. I'm in Nigerian time. Okay. So here's our medical advisory. Because of his science and what he's created, around the world, global medical symposiums are attracting very significant advisory that now is going to be on a volunteer basis. The health advisory are going to be represented in Africa, in different parts of the world, Asia, etc. Here is the CEOs, our president and the marketing. They're brilliant men. And Joseph Boticki had left. He did the due diligence on acquiring the technology, and he's been very instrumental in bringing the opportunity and health to Africa, which is driving the markets back in Canada. So 2 big concerns that we're faced with today is the decline in health as well as the global financial crisis. And the importance of the health is what the science that you're going to see today. So it's important to understand that your vitality is a result of your cellular health. And many people ask, what is glutathione? We're born with it. It's most powerful antioxidant within your body, detoxifier, strengthens the immune system, reduces oxidative stress. And here, when you boost your glutathione as you age, these are the main benefits that you're going to receive. A lot of people are in terms of their energy levels and the toxicity, their sleep, etc. So our target market is really after the age of 20, your glutathione starts to decrease between 10 and 15% per decade. So really around the 55 age, you are going to the doctors, putting on medications, and what we're trying to do is reduce them. So there's 74 diseases and climbing associated with that low in your body. And the technology that Dr. Nagasawa over 25 years is to discover a very natural solution called ribosine, and 38 patents. It's the most advanced glutathione technology today that will boost that important molecule by up to 300% in your body, and it's exclusive to them. Here are the certifications. This technology is implemented in the products, and the certifications are listed at the bottom, which makes it one of the top nutraceuticals in the world. These are the specific products. The Celjevity is a product that's introduced in every country that has all of these additional ingredients. It will boost your glutathione by up to 300%, which is different than 80% of the gold standard. We have the Max Infuse. Dr. Nagasawa is a medicinal chemistry expert. It gets into the cells, so basically what you're doing is reducing toxicity, inflammation, and you're also putting good nutrients into your body to rejuvenate a healthier cell. This is great for mental clarity and focus. It fuels the energy sector, the energy portion of your cell. And the essential oils that are important, as well as the weight loss and reducing the obesity in the world is the main factor in terms of obesity. So we have the Max as a business. What we are is in all of these global industries that are today. Okay, the global, and also too, what we're doing is now we've entered the beauty industry. So in Ghana, what is happening is that we're going to be creating manufacturing plants. It's approximately an $800 industry. So $1 billion industry. So here's our network marketing. We've got 190 million, 73% women. So we're empowering a lot of women. We're here to support you. We're in 19 countries, 480 million in the first 10 years. We've paid out over half of that to the commissions. Through the business models, the residual is what we're trying to achieve, and that's for making money while you sleep. We qualify for commissions, so there's 8 ways as opposed to additional salary. And this is the potential of the income, where I'm moving up to the diamond level, where we go on retreats, we give back to communities. And how to get started is $25. to get started for all these corporate services. These are the packages that you can buy. And a favorite billionaire, opportunities say yes. We've created one dream, one vision, one team, and one mission.
Thank you very much for that. I'll give the judges an opportunity to start. I'll start with you this time.
Thanks very much. So tell me, you didn't hear a lot about the organizational story. So where is this in the development cycle?
In the development cycle in terms of?
Is this live in all these markets or?
Yeah, well, we're in 19 markets. So we're also in Africa and growing throughout Africa. So our goal is to develop within 200 countries within Africa, starting in West Africa, moving to East Africa, and that's where we've got product approval. So our focus is there, and that market is actually driving our market in Canada and the US, even though we've been around since 2007.
I'm actually familiar, I think one of your competitors, LifeVantage. LifeVantage, I think they have a similar product offering. How is this different from it?
I would say that it would be Dr. Nakasawa's science. There's nothing on the planet that would boost your glutathione levels. So with the 38 patents on it, most advanced technology in the world today. So I would say that would be the main reason that it would be different. There isn't anything else out there in the marketplace that can do that presently.
And in Canada, I've been reading a lot about the multi-level marketing, which is essentially what this is. And there is becoming a lot of negative publicity on that. How would you keep this in market if that really started to decrease as a way to bring products to market?
Well, I think that you have to share the mission, and I think the proof is in every day in terms of what the success of the company is. And there are a lot of companies that fail because they don't have, as I've experienced a lot, they don't have the combination of patented breakthrough products, the visionary founders, and the business model. So I think that the proof is in specific companies, because not all companies are successful. So you have some that are, some that aren't. And for example, in Nigeria, what we have is that we've proven that we are here to stay. We've proven in Ghana that we're willing to invest back into the country and set up the manufacturing plants, etc. So I think it's a proof of what you do as a company for a person to judge on what the success will be.
So I think for me, there are two issues. In terms of a pitch, I thought this was very polished and well constructed. If I were an investor though, I'd be looking at the issues around competition, the criticisms of pseudoscience, the fact that researchers say there's no evidence at all that this can be taken orally and boost your levels. So if you're trying to make the scientific argument, having OBY, GYN experts on your panel, to me doesn't cut it. You would need medical evidence of randomized control trials that show that taking this actually has an impact and therefore it is a real product. For example, the certifications that you kind of blew through included halal, the fact that it's halal, and the fact that it won't poison you. They weren't any kind of certifications of efficacy or impact. So I'm just being brutally honest. For me, good pitch, real questions about whether this is a real product with any impact or you're just riding the pseudoscience wave.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much for that, Kelly. Up next, we have Bob, who's going to be speaking to Totally African.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. How's everyone doing today? Good. I'm very excited and truly grateful to be in front of you today. My name is Bob Shilingi. I'm here to talk to you today about Totally African. And actually, So this is my control, right? Okay, got it. Super. So I wanted to tell you a story today. I like stories, so I thought it would be nice to share a story, right? And before I get into the story, the moral behind this story is the power of an idea. How one single idea can literally transform lives, generations, people, generations way after they did it. People like Steve Jobs, people like Thomas Edison, you name it, one idea transformed everything, right? And so back to my story. So this story starts in December 25th of 2014 to be exact. It was a very cold winter, and it was my first winter. I'm from Uganda, I had never experienced winter. I wanted to go back. But my first winter here, I didn't have any family here, but there was a very lovely family at my church who were willing to call me over for dinner. So at this dinner, we're enjoying, and we had this conversation with one of the granddaughters of the lady who invited us, and she mentioned that we're talking about our culture and where we're from, and she said, "Friend, Bob, when you go back home," she loved African fashion, so she said, "when you go back home, just make sure like you bring something for me." And that statement, little did she know, was going to change my life and possibly the lives of men. Because from that moment, the idea was born. And I realized that there were a lot of people who had, there we go. There were a lot of people who wanted African fashion, who loved Africa, who loved home decor that was African. And there were also a lot of creators who were doing these amazing products and home decor that didn't have enough publicity or whatever the case was to penetrate into the global market. So I thought that's where Totally African would come in. So I thought, what about we become the bridge between the people who want this and the people who are supplying this, and put it in one beautiful platform that will not just sell products, but change lives. And Totally African Shop was born, the idea was born. But we all know that, I think it was Denzel Washington who said that dreams don't work unless you do, right? So this idea was birthed in me, became a fire, and I started going hard at this. So I started with a lot of time in research. We spent a lot of time in market analysis as well. And what I found is the African fashion industry was a $31 billion industry. This is globally. And that blew my mind. And really, we went forward and I found out about competitors who were sort of similar, doing what I wanted to do. People who were making that bridge. And there were two major ones, Africa and Zumba, that we found. And well, after a lot of hard work, we launched! Woo! Thank you. I like thank my mom. Okay, well, we launched in 3rd of March 2017. What I mean by we launched is our site went live, www.totallyafricanshop.com. Please check that out after here. And we launched, and when we did launch, our team grew. It started off with me, but I realized that an idea by yourself is nothing. No man is an island. So we got a team that came on board. We have this lovely gentleman, Yusuf Wonderson, who came on board as well as my mother, my lovely mother, who came in on the philanthropy aspect and also as an investor. Love moms. So we talked about where we've come from. What are we doing now? So right now, we have our Totally African. We're super excited about it. Our fall 2019 collection. I have my guy there who's going to pass out some of the products to see what we're working with. We're super, super excited about this. And we're also launching our very first Totally African podcast, just to pull up the media out here. So this company is not just selling fashion. We want to share the vision. We want to tell people Africa's story. We're also building on our charity aspect, which is Totally African Cares. We have a charity aspect, and we shall be allocating a bit of funds that is being sent out from our sales to go towards charity. We also have a massive marketing campaign that we have coming on. What's next for us? We want to be a massive marketing campaign, and the idea is this. When people think Africa, I want them to think Totally African. When people think African fashion, Totally African. When people think African fashion home decor, they'll think Totally African. We also have a creator platform, and this is the bridge that I was talking about. In that bridge, think of it like an Amazon, but we're strictly focused on African creators. So this platform would allow sellers that we would vet to create their own platform and sell through our website, through our platform, Totally African Shop. We also have an amazing promotion going on for Christmas and 2020. This is Vision 2030 of Totally African. We're thinking 10 years ahead where this company would be. Like I said, this is going to transform lives. We would have things like food that would add value to food, airways, charity, you name it. And just to wrap up here, final words, I'll end up with a prophecy. One day Africa will prosper. this is happening as we speak. Africa will shine. Africa will become the global dominant force that it is. And just so by very words, we have the opportunity to be part of it. Thank you so much.
Just for fairness sake, so thank you, and I'll put it to the judges again to give some feedback.
Thanks very much. Great pitch. In terms of the structure, the only criticism I have is you need to get off the mark quicker. You were a bit slow to get going, so I would use your time more widely. And again, this is me, but I look at the tag and it says "Made in Honduras." So can you explain to me again what I don't get it.
So essentially, we're working with a bunch of variety of suppliers. Now, that product that you are seeing is a design that was supposed to be African themed. However, yes, it did come from the product specifically came from Honduras, but that in itself. However, we have found we have a lot of different suppliers. Some of the ponchos that are going around are from Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania.
Just authenticity, huge.
Yeah.
If what you're trying to do is say authentically African, you can't be making the stuff in Honduras.
Good to know. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Great advice. You told a story. That's terrific. At the end, you described how you want to be the Amazon for African goods. I wish you had led with that. That was really, that's your elevator pitch. Right? So, great story. Lead with that and then tell the story. Here's the context for it, because I think that's where you want to go, and that's the business that you can cut out some of the other parts, because the story was actually really engaging, but it wasn't clear where you wanted to go right from the beginning, and I think you did anchor it with that.
Thank you. I thought it was, well, it was a bit long off the gate with the story. I did like how you included the market opportunity and the competitors within the story, because it actually saved a little bit of time in the pitch, but I'll agree with my two colleagues. This would have been, if I was investing, this would have been a detractor for me. And again, you blue skied with your growth strategy, but there was no numbers. And if you're pitching to investors, you need numbers.
Thank you very much. I just want to make a quick announcement. We are running a bit short on time. So what I'll do is I'll give you an opportunity to go for 5 minutes, but then we'll try and squeeze it in as much as we can. So up next we have Stephen Ayeni, who will be speaking to AfroCart.
How's everyone doing today? Great. How's everyone doing today? Great.
So, everyone can hear me? Yeah. Okay, let's go. My name is Steven. I'll give a quick background on myself and I'll try and run through this quickly. I came to Canada in 2012 when I was 15 for my education, and I went to a place called Porto, but I don't know if anyone knows that place here, but it's like 2 hours from the city, less than 10,000 people. Pretty sure I was the only Nigerian in that whole town. I realized how much I love my mom's food when I left home, and that drove me nuts. I couldn't be sane without having African food. So that was the problem I was facing. I needed food from home. I couldn't get that from a regular grocery store like Walmart and No Frills. So my best option was to drive to Toronto, which was about a 1 hour, 20-minute drive. So think of that, but I didn't have a car, so I had to Uber. I did not have that sort of money on me. The next option was to convince my mom to fly all the way to Canada with African food. My mom didn't buy into that also. So the last option was to usually not get African food. So the reason why I'm saying this is because this is not only a problem I face. So a quick numbers on the African population here is that there are 1.1 million people African descent in Canada. Most of them are actually located in Ontario, like ourselves. The demographic, African Canadians represent about 3% of the total population, but over the next few years, that's expected to increase to 5.6 due to immigration and reproduction. Our solution. So quickly, what we did. So fortunately, I got into U of T, and I met one of my friends, and he had the same problem also. And he was just free one day, and he decided to create a website with an African store. He was a computer science student, and he just created it. He didn't actually have the product, so it was just Word. And within a week, with 0 promotions, he had like $500 worth of orders. And you panic. It's like, oh my God, people are sending me money I don't actually have. And he told me, I'm like, bro, figure this out. Long story short, we were able to get a supplier, and we were able to ship the products out to them. Okay, quickly. So our plan was like, okay, we might actually be onto something here. If we're not promoting and we just create a website and people are trusting to university students with their money, with no like legitimacy, then there might be something we might do. So our original business model was to target other students, because we're students, we understood them the best. The next thing was to host African events on our website, because we wanted to put the website out there and we realized that when African organizers sold events on our website, that attracted our target market, and they were on our website and they saw our products. And that was successful. We were making about a 5% margin on all the products we sold. If anyone is familiar with retail, that's very, very, very good numbers. And then just quick numbers, we started off with less than $200 like monthly orders, and we've gone over time. Now we do about 1,000 in monthly sales. We actually do a little bit over that now. And since we started, we've done 12,000 in total revenue, and we average about over 862 monthly visitors on our website. So one of the amazing things, like when you run a website, is that you get to collect a lot of data, and we realized that we're actually targeting the wrong people. So what our data showed was that majority, if not all of the people who shopped on our website, 80% of people who shopped on our website were actually women. Men didn't shop on our website, we actually marketed to them, so we had to change that. We realized that most of them were actually, students, and we're targeting the wrong people. Most of them were actually recently employed people, and the age of most of them were usually between the age of 22 to 31, so recent graduates or people who are just about to get married that were employed. So how do we change our business model? We realized that to make the most money, majority of people who shop on our website are young mothers, because they have a job, they're most likely to shop online to get food. So we realized that. We also realized that it wasn't just African people who were attracted, who were interested in African food. People were open to new recipes, so we decided to host a recipe section on our website. So if you don't know African food, you can go on it and then you can learn more about it. And we also decided to create a community, because what we realized is that with the online grocery market, we're not the only players. That's a growing industry, and Amazon and other people are getting into it. For us to be sustainable, we have to have more value than just our products. Our customers were our most valuable proposition. So we also try to make ourselves attractive for acquisition by building a community. So a competitive advantage is pretty much everything I said. We want to create an online platform for African mothers, young mothers, so that our website is more sustainable. The proposed timeline, just quickly. So we've already started working on the recipe section. We're coming up with a new marketing campaign for the platform. The next thing we're doing is online platform. In 2020, we're launching the online platform for women on our website. Then we're going to start cooking classes, because we want the community not just to be on our website, but to be actually in person. And, and we want to replicate this.
Sorry, that was a very good presentation.
I thought this was a great pitch. You were really good at articulating your story, landing in Canada, and really identifying the problem. And I was also impressed to see that you pivoted the company when you realized that you weren't targeting your actual customer base. So,
Exactly the same. Only opportunity up front, a little bit more quick summary. Here's what we're going to do, but you know what? This was great.
Ditto. And just time management. I love the slide that had the whatever car, it had a car, the plane, and the unhappy face. I thought that said it all. So great job.
Thank you very much, judges and Stephen. Up next, we have Nancy, who's going to be speaking to her idea, which is the African experience. Nancy, if you can come up.
Hello, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Nancy. I came to Canada 4 years ago. I'm sorry, I was like one of the last people added to the speech. So my document is still in a Word document. So my name is Nancy. Again, my NGO is called the African Experience. Sometime this year during the Black History Month, my niece called me from the US. She was looking for African books for their Black History Month class, and her mom said she couldn't find something in their library. And I was like, okay, let me check and see if I can find something else in my total library. And I went there, I found 2 or 3 African books, all of them written by foreigners. And it got me thinking, I'm like, I grew up in Cameroon, I read a number of the Disney books, Oliver Twist, Jane Austen, Kate Lear, and all the rest, and I'm like, if I could know these stories, why don't other people know my stories? And that's how this idea was born. So my product is to facilitate publishing for African authors in North America. The big 5 are not publishing books from Africa, and publishing is really expensive. So I see why most of them are not publishing here. So I said to create a platform where what has been published can be promoted at a cheaper price. So I created the plans to create a platform where African authors can put their books, and we can help them distribute them either inline or online, paperback, have audios for the African families. Because I started doing the research and I discovered that most African families don't have cultural books for their kids. According to a Pricewaterhouse report, the global revenue for books is 116 million, which is going to increase to 112 million. According to a myth, people believe that people are no longer reading, but people sure are reading. And I want that African authors should be part of the people who are receiving a good amount of this money. Whom will I be serving? I'll be serving the African diaspora, firstly the African immigrants, then the African diaspora and the global audiences who are looking for diverse stories. For example, in the US, we have 46 million Black people, 4.5 million of them are African immigrants who are looking for these stories for their kids. In Canada, we have 1.2 million Black people, and from Africa, where we are getting these stories from, we have 1.2 billion people. So we do have a lot of these stories to share with the rest of the world. How will I make money? Global distribution, online, paperback, hardcover. Major stores, Barnes and Noble, Indigo. To get into them is not easy, but we're going to do our best to get them inside. Schools and universities, a good number of schools and universities have a hard time getting books during Black History Month, or even for their kids just to read. So hopefully I will solve that problem. And then African cultural activities, we have the Afro Fest and all the numerous African festivals that hold in North America, and I did that subscription. So my short-term plan, first of all, is to get a website where we'll host these stories for people to purchase them, to be active on social media, because one thing that is lacking for these African authors is marketing and promotion. Nobody's going to do them for us, so we have to do it. I also plan to hire a marketing and literary agent, just so to make it professional, maybe to prove the books again, to do the book covers, just to make them more professional and ready for, and make them up to standard to the American level. Focusing on my short-term plan is, if I just focus on the 1% of African immigrants, which is, let's say, 4.6 million, 1% is 40,000. If I'm looking at 1% of 4.46 million Black people, that's 460,000 people. So that's roughly 500 million, let's say, between 1 to 2 years. For the long-term plan, is to focus on other areas apart from North America. Let's say the Caribbean. Europe has a large population of people. And then for the team, I have a mentor from Ryerson, I have a publishing and marketing agent, Google. I have a lawyer who's helping me with the copyright law, just so that we don't run into issues with the law later on. And I have immigrant women in business who are also helping me with my business plan and some marketing initiatives. What I need, I actually need 40,000. If anybody has published a book in North America, you do know that to print a book costs around 5,000. So we are actually hoping to subsidize the rate for some of the authors back home and actually to do the promotion, because you can publish a book on Amazon, it's just one book. But if you have a platform and you're pushing for many books, I think it leads to more lead generations. So that's what we are hoping to do. Why should I be chosen? My project solves the problem of scarcity of African books, lack of diversity, expensive and poor marketing. If anybody, each time I try to order some books, they have to come up from the UK. So I'm hoping my project will help to solve this problem. Thank you.
So I'm not, if you're, sorry, I'm not being very articulate myself right now. This is an NGO, correct? So not for profit? You're pitching for grant funding then, that investment in?
Yes, but
Okay. So some of my feedback is wouldn't necessarily be relevant, but overall, I think I got a little bit lost in all of the words there and started to not listen to you, which is a little unfortunate. I know that you were adding last minute, so I think I'll be a little bit lenient with that, but I did start getting lost in the details there, which may have skewed my judgment of you.
I think you have a great idea. And clearly, you know, this is early stage development of where to go. $40,000 is probably not enough for what you need. I think it's good to get going. Certainly, you know, as you get more books and when you're hiring an early agent and you want promotion and marketing dollars and to get to the top of the search list on Amazon or anywhere else, those are all really expensive. So I think you can do it, but I think you should ask for more.
Thanks very much. Pretty much the same. I think it's an interesting idea. I think it needs more development. Like I don't, your numbers in terms of either the market, the costs, what the business model is, like who's going to pay for what, really needs to be development. But it's interesting because I was sitting here and thinking, if you took AfroCart, totally African, and the African experience, and you created a partnership with one platform, you could sell food, products, and stories. And I actually think that would be a really interesting and compelling business model, because you wouldn't all be developing separate platforms and trying to reach essentially the same kinds of people. Because if you're thinking about the diaspora and they want, and other Africa files who want sort of African experience, it seems to me there might be something interesting in combining selling food, selling products, and selling stories, and using things like Black History Month and other events to kind of push the stuff out together. So I think about cross-promotion as one of your big strategies.
Thank you very much, Nancy. And thank you, Wendy, Laura, and Eric for judging. So right now, while we're tallying the scores, I'll just hand the mic over to Ifena, who's going to make a few announcements.
While we're waiting, do you have any questions? Anybody have any questions for the judges or for the people who participate in the pitch? Go ahead. Bring it up.
For the people that were pitching. Okay, thank you. First of all, I wanted to say a really big thank you to everyone that pitched. Mine was more of a comment. When I was listening to you pitching, I was imagining myself going onto these various platforms and what I'd be looking for. And this is kind of more directed to the ones I think it was like African Experience, Turkey Africa, etc. Being an African, I'm from Zimbabwe, and I find that obviously Africa is a massive continent and it's so diverse. And I think when you're looking into your modeling, to really look even at regional experiences, because I've sometimes seen things that say Turkey Africa, but it's West African. And as someone from, the south part of Africa, I really don't relate as much with West African products or West African food, but I would really, really like something, from Southern Africa. So I think sometimes there's a tendency to get caught up in like Africa as this, homogenous thing, but it's really not that, and so I guess that was just more my comment for everyone.
Are there any other questions while we're waiting? To the judges? Nobody has any questions? Is it too late in the day? Or brains are also on goal? Yes, go ahead. Stand up.
I just had a quick question for the pharmaceutical company. was wondering if your medication is FDA approved, or is it?
Okay, so it's classified as a nutritional food supplement by the regulatory body for food and health Canada, FDA. So it's not a medication, and it's not associated with side effects. It's associated with possible detoxing, depending on what wants your body.
So just to translate, it's considered a food, not a drug. Any other questions? It's still working. Okay. Okay. One of my comments is when you're doing your pitch, we gave you 5 minutes. That's an awful long time. You should be able to tell us in a minute and a half who you are, what you do, and why I should listen to you. You're missing it. You're giving me process, you're not giving me results. So there's a difference between features and benefits. You're giving me all the features, you're not giving me the benefits. And the story. So benefits come first. Processes are important. Tell me why I should listen to you. And if you really want to sell something to me, tell me a story. Because we communicate and understand stories better than we do facts and figures. You use 6 parts of your brain if you're telling a story. You're only using 1 part of the brain to give me facts. So if you want people to remember what you say, you tell wonderful stories. The researchers out of Princeton, 2013, so you can check it out for yourself. Stories, and we've been telling stories before we could write.
All right, thank you guys for your patience. I'll be very quick since we don't have time. Again, thank everyone for being present, and thank you to the presenters and the panel of judges. So I'll list the top 3, then I'll list the person who had the highest score. I won't call out the scores. If you presented, we will give you your scorecards back for your own reference and review as well. So before I do it, can everyone just give a round of applause to all the people who presented? Okay, so the top 3 presenters, according to the scores, were Amir, Bob, and Stephen. If you can come up to the front, please. So thank you very much. So each of these 3 individuals will be having 1 month of free mentorship and membership at the Entrepreneurs Point Center. We'll be circling back with you guys as well, just to follow up on how to access those rewards. And the person who had the highest score was Stephen. So Stephen is going to get 1 month of free office space within Entrepreneurs Point up to a value of $1,800. And like I said again, to everyone who participated, thank you so much. You will have access to support, loan application support from Access Canada if you're looking to make a loan application to the DMZ at Ryerson. So thank you guys very much. We'll wrap it up right now and everyone can go about your days. Dr. Olu, do you want to say something? No. Okay. So thank you guys for your time and have yourselves a lovely Thanksgiving weekend.